I would like to read a scripture from Romans chapter 8, verse 28. And it reads as follows. And we know that all things work together for good to those who love God and to those who are called according to his purpose. In life, things tend to go better when we are aligned with the purpose of God. God has a plan and a purpose for each of us, for each of our lives. And when we line up with his purpose, everything just works out. And sometimes things work out that don't seem like they're going to work out. I want to share a story with you. There was a man stranded on an island, and he was trying to get off the island and couldn't get off. So eventually, he decided to build a hut. He spent many days building this hut. And when he was just about completed, he went to get some palms to attach with a roof. On his way back to bring the items that he needed for the roof, he noticed that his dwelling place was on fire. So here it was, he was stranded, he couldn't get off. He finally got a place to make himself comfortable, and here it was up in smoke. So he looked at the situation, knelt down, cried, and contemplated suicide. As he was contemplating suicide, a boat appeared. The persons on the boat waved to him, and they said, "We've come to rescue you." So he said, "Who sent you?" And they said, "Well, nobody sent us. We came because we saw the smoke signal." So sometimes in life, things that seem like they are not working out, somehow God arranges them to work out in our favor. So I want to encourage each of us today to try to align ourselves with his purpose, his design for our lives. Sometimes we make our own lives difficult by going outside of his purpose and his plan. Things just happen to go better when we are aligned with his purpose. So I want to encourage you today to find out what his plan is for your life, what his purpose is for your life, and make sure that you align yourself with his plan and his purpose. Let's pray. Father God, we just thank you for this day. Lord, we thank you for this opportunity to engage in deliberations regarding matters that are important for our country. Father, we pray that these deliberations would take place in a spirit of unity, in a spirit of civility, and a spirit of respect. And Lord, we thank you for watching over the Bahamas, for turning the things that are a challenge right now into a promise of victory for us. And Lord, we thank you in advance for guiding us and directing us today. In Jesus' name, amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Dr. Hubert Minnis, Peter Turnquest, Brian Simonet, Desmond Barnister, Renwood Wells, Jeffrey Lloyd, Dr. James Hans, Marvin James, Frankie Campbell, Dionisio Diagula, Michael Pintard, Darren Henfield, Jamal Pereira, Alicia Roll, Brental Roll, Dr. Johnson, Philip Davis, Warren Miller, Keisha Parker Edgecombe, Hiram Lewis, Carlton Zolag, James Aldry, Travis Robinson, Adrian Gibson, Donald Saunders, Frederick McAlpine, Frank Johnson, Mark Humes, Michael Folks, Miriam Eckley, Emmanuel, Reese Chipman, Ruben Ramming, Ricky Markey, Shannon Dawn Cartwright, Chanel Ferguson, Glennis Anna Martin, Faisal Forbes, Chester Cooper.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable members, we continue to sit in this honorable place in an extraordinary fashion in our effort to comply with the COVID-19 protocols. I would like to welcome back the leader of the official opposition, the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. Honorable members, we received news yesterday evening that another member of this honorable chamber tested positive for the COVID-19 coronavirus. As a consequence, a review of this circumstance is demanded before we proceed further with further sittings after today. But honorable members, yesterday, the 29th of September, the Parliament of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas celebrated its 291st anniversary of parliamentary democracy. The 291st year will be celebrated under the theme, Enhancing Public Trust in the Institutions of Democracy. The Bahamas Parliament is the fourth oldest parliament in the British Commonwealth. It was established on the 29th of September, 1729, and is preceded only by the United Kingdom, Bermuda, and Barbados. The Bahamas Parliament is older than India's, older than Canada's, older than Australia's, older than all of the African parliaments in the Commonwealth, and older than every other country in the Caribbean region. Can you believe that the Bahamas Parliament of 2020 does not have the level of independence enjoyed by some of the youngest parliaments in the British Commonwealth? The Turks and Caicos Islands, Bermuda, and the Cayman Islands, they all have a greater level of autonomy than the Parliament of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I cannot accept that in the year 2020, some 291 years after the establishment of the Parliament of the Bahamas, which is the first arm of government, is still being pulled along by the executive branch of government like a dinghy boat hitched to the membership or the mothership. Honorable members, this state of affairs is untenable. Lest we forget, it was January 30th, 1649, that this same fight for parliamentary independence was purchased with the head of King Charles I. This is the legacy and heritage of parliamentary democracy in Westminster. Independence was that important to the British parliamentarians. Article 72, subsection 1 of the Bahamas Constitution states, there shall be a cabinet for the Bahamas, which shall have the general direction and control of the government of the Bahamas, and shall be collectively responsible, therefore, to Parliament. Honorable members, I put it to you, as a collective body, that we cannot continue to turn a deaf ear to this constitutional mandate. In accordance with Article 72, subsection 1 of the Constitution, the Houses of Parliament are essentially houses of review. One of their fundamental purpose is to scrutinize the executive branch of government. And the executive branch is constitutionally duty-bound to submit itself to parliamentary scrutiny. Honorable members, this is the essence of accountability and transparency and the Westminster model. It was to accommodate this function that the committee system of Parliament was evolved. The role of the Speaker is multifaceted. Part chair, part referee, part symbolic representative of the legislature as a whole. But the most fundamental role of the Speaker is the maintenance of the constitutional relationship between the executive branch and the legislative branch of government. The cabinet must always be responsible and accountable to Parliament. And this can only happen in an atmosphere of distinction, exclusivity, and independence, which in turn will only come about with the humble recognition of equality of all members of Parliament, especially by those who, for the time being, are draped in the transitory privileges of the executive. This separation of powers should never be diluted, never be breached, or fused as it is today. And so, we are here, 291 years later, with a Parliament under the complete control of the executive, lacking even the basic tools to carry out the constitutional mandate. 291 years later, we have a situation where the committee system, the very heartbeat of Parliament, is designed to ensure that they do not function, and they have not functioned. 291 years later, the Parliament of the Bahamas is operating under rules that are designed to deny members of their constitutional rights as members of Parliament, particularly the members of the opposition or minority parties and independents. That cannot be right, and I cannot support it. 291 years later, we have not come to terms with the fact that ministers are accountable to the Parliament for their stewardships, and ministers must answer questions. 291 years later, the concept of the separation of powers is held in such a brazen contempt that staff members of Parliament are actually listed as members of the cabinet. And the secretary to the cabinet is the accounting officer of the Parliament. The Speaker cannot purchase a toothpick without the approval of the secretary to the cabinet. In 291 years later, in a democracy, power must be shared. Without the separation of power, spite, jealousy, revenge, pettiness, and all the baser inclinations or traits of men will hold sway. That is why 291 years later, on the 28th day of September, the personal assistant to the Speaker tendered her resignation after working some 6 months without pay. And our chaplain, having completed her term with this honorable chamber, has yet to be paid for her tour of duty. "291 years later, the Speaker of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas cannot get an office in the edifice of the Parliament after 3 long years of asking. He suffers the indignity of functioning out of an office with no running water, no bathroom facilities, and having to go to an outside toilet and face the possibility of security issues in an environment where convicted criminals and those accused are using the same facility. 291 years later. And this too, when there's more than adequate space in the Senate building to house the Speaker's office, but we continue to pay rent in a private facility as opposed to renovating the government-owned building. 291 years later, I am in possession of a police report that I will not table because of the security issues. A police report, zoom in on this, by the police, a survey report of the Office of the Speaker of the House of Assembly, and a security survey proposed office for the Speaker of the House of Assembly. The assessment determined that the Speaker's office is unfit for the leader of the legislative branch, and not only unfit, is a security risk and exposes the Speaker unnecessarily to the risks that could threaten his life. "291 years later. And I don't want anyone to feel that I have just arrived at these positions that I'm taking today. This is an article that was published in the Nassau Guardian in 1994. It's entitled "Totalitarianism Guised in Democracy." This was an analysis of the Bahamas Constitution in 1994, long before I became an attorney. But I had the concern that when I examined the other Commonwealth territories, they all seem to have had the similar problems that we are facing in the Bahamas. I recommend that you honorable members, I know that in my personality and in my person, I might represent a challenge for some of you. But honorable members, it should not matter how you may feel about the occupant of an office or the office of Speaker for the time being. Governments are comprised of official offices. We should respect the offices of state. None of us will be here forever. But while we are here where we are, we owe the offices and the institutions of democracy a duty of care. In examining the history of this parliament, I have seen a trend. We are not moving forward, members, We are moving backwards. We're not moving according to our motto, forward, upward, onward, together. We have dropped the baton. We have permitted our once cherished democracy to generate or degenerate into an executive aristocracy. Let me say that. We have permitted our once cherished parliamentary democracy to degenerate into an executive aristocracy. The Commonwealth of the Bahamas deserves better. Our citizens deserve our best effort. I'm also noticing a trend in voter apathy and a complete disrespect for politicians and the institutions of democracy. Honorable members, if this continues, our democracy will become anemic. Is this the legacy we want to leave for the next generation? I pray not. In the meantime, let us put our shoulders to the wheel. Let us start building the institutions of democracy. We will start, and I will start, by reconstituting the committees of this parliament. The committees are the heartbeat of every parliament. And so while we move under the theme, enhancing public trust in the institution of democracy, I hereby reconstitute the following committees of parliament. The Library Committee, Honorable Pakeisha Parker Edgecombe, West Grand Bahama and Bimini. Honorable Mark Humes, Port Charlotte. Honorable Reuben Ramming, Pinewood. Honorable I. Chester Cooper, Exumas and Ragged Island. Honorable Picewell Forbes, Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros. The Committee of Privilege, Honorable Dwayne Sands, Elizabeth. The Honorable Brent Simonet, St. Anne's. Honorable Ricky Mackey, North Eleuthera. The Honorable Philip Davis, Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. Honorable Glennis Hannah Martin, Angliston. The Public Accounts Committee, the Honorable Philip Davis, Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. The Honorable I. Chester Cooper, Exumas and Ragged Island. The Honorable Picewell Forbes, Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros. The Honorable Adrian Gibson, Long Island. And the Honorable Donald Sanders, Tall Pines. Statutory Instruments Committee, the Honorable Donald Sanders, Tall Pines. The Honorable Mark Humes, Port Charlotte. Honorable Pakeisha Edgecombe Parker, West Grand Bahama and Bimini. Honorable Philip Davis, Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. The Honorable Picewell Forbes, Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros. The Broadcasting Committee, the Honorable Shannon Dawn Cartwright, St. Barnabas. The Honorable Hank Johnson, Central and South Eleuthera. The Honorable Carlton Bowleg, North Andros and the Berry Islands. Honorable Glennis Hannah Martin, Angliston, and the Honorable Picewell Forbes, Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros. The House Rules and Business Committee, the Honorable Renwood Wells, Bamboo Town. The Honorable Brent Simonet, St. Anne's. Honorable Chanel Ferguson, Fox Hill. The Honorable Philip Davis, Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. The Honorable Picewell Forbes, Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros. And the Public Treasury Committee, the Honorable Chanel Ferguson, Fox Hill. Honorable Miriam Emmanuel Michael. The Honorable Carlton Bowleg, North Andros, and the Berry Islands. The Honorable Picewell Forbes, Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros. And the Honorable I. Chester Cooper, Exumas and Ragged Island. Honorable members, 291 years later, I believe that we have moved to a point where we must come to the recognition that the system or the breach thereof is not functioning in the best interests of the development and advancement of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Yes, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rum Cay, and San Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I note the reappointment of the statutory committees or the committees, and I just wondered whether you would consider the fact that we now have another member added to my caucus, that is in the person of Mr. Vaughan Miller.
Yeah.
And also I note that the independent may not have been included. I know that most of those names would have been in your thoughts. Now that things have changed since that, I'd be grateful if you were to consider that, or I can make some recommendations.
Yes, honorable member. Can you make recommendations with respect to your caucus, your members,
Thank you.
and the honorable member for Centerville?
Thank you.
Can you? I know you were a part of one of the committees, and you would resign. But if you wish to continue to serve, I suggest that you communicate with the leader of the official opposition, because you are still opposition, even though you're not in the official opposition caucus, so that some arrangement can be made. Introduction and swearing in of new members. Honorable members, I now table my communication. Order that the document to lie on the table. Yes, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Speaker, I'm always grateful when you speak very frankly about the challenges that impact us. And you touched on several issues today which were interesting to me. But I noted the comment with respect to your office facilities. And I know that your office facilities are, quite frankly, they go back to another century.
Yes.
They're not worthy of a speaker. However, I do not know that with respect to seeking to refurbish any other facilities, that you and I may have discussed that. And if there's anything that my ministry can do to assist, that is why we're here.
Yes.
I certainly would wish to be able to work with you in any respect, having regard to the limitations on funding that I have in my budget. But certainly if that is something that can be, that you're seeking to make happen, and it requires some refurbishment, we will certainly seek to scope the works and see what can be done once we have the relevant permissions based on an authorization from you.
Thank you, honorable member. Thank you, honorable member. I always recognize your good intentions to always do and advance the cause for the advancement and development of our nation. And I am grateful for all of the assistance that you've given me, as well as advice and assistance that you've given me, particularly in my constituency with regard to some of the issues that we had that fell under your ministry. And honorable member, be assured that I will communicate with you very shortly to see if we can resolve these issues that we are now facing, particularly in this COVID-19 pandemic era. Thank you so much. Laying of documents by ministers. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following. The Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic, number 7, order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document to lie on the table. Further laying of documents by ministers. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following. The Value-Added Tax School Supplies Tax Holiday Order, number 2020.
Order that the document be brought up.
On behalf of the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, honorable member. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents by ministers. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following. The Price Control General Amendment Regulations 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents by ministers.
There are no further laying of documents, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Statements and communications by ministers. The chair recognizes the honorable member for South Beach.
I just did that.
May it please the Honorable Speaker. So I rise, grace and peace of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Love of God, fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with each of us this morning. Speaker, I stand on the great privilege, generosity of the people of South Beach, and whose repose and confidence I am privileged to serve. As I promised, sir, I provide today an update on the reopening of public schools, just slated for Monday, October 5th, next, at the usual time. I wish to update this Honorable House and the Bahamian people on specific topics about this said opening in the 2020-2021 academic and vocational school year. I wish to advise that the various modes of instructions to be deployed on the campuses of our public schools, the availability of technological instruments, devices, and facilities for those students, educators, stakeholders, and the provision of alternative support for those students and parents who need such support. Permit me first, sir, to thank the executives of our ministry, in the person of our permanent secretary, Mrs. Lorraine Umbrista, and our director, Mr. Marcellus Taylor, for their stellar leadership in executing with precision and elegance the unenviable tasks before us in these most unprecedented times. I'm grateful to the diligent hardworking staff of the ministry and department, and their technical teams, who have labored assiduously around the clock to install the necessary program and infrastructure for our students so that they may receive quality and equitable education which they all deserve. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, ministry and department are concluding our preparations for schools opening on Monday next. Permit me also, Mr. Speaker, to invite this honorable House to observe a moment of silence for the lives of two young public school students who died recently, just 7 days apart, in what has been described as violent circumstances. Eternal rest grant unto their souls. May their souls rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, like the family, the school is a social institution directly involved in socializing children, although its mandate is more narrowly defined as providing formal education, developing children's knowledge and skills. In this specific sense, schools are less involved in primary socialization, that is the development of basic values, motivations, and conceptions of self, and more involved in secondary socialization, that is the development of knowledge and skills. However, in the Bahamian context, schools have played a critical role in the socialization of our Bahamian children, including their values. And one of the benefits of this organized system of learning is that mankind receives today a benefit that transcends parochial, denominational boundaries. My heart bleeds for the parents and relatives of the two children in the Nassau Village community, students of our public schools, who were killed in violent circumstances, as I mentioned, just 7 days apart. The specter of violence and disordered lives continue to haunt the vagaries of our human existence, especially in communities long considered the citadels of challenged realities. One of the benefits of schooling is the effective and proper socialization of human beings. And as you would remember, Mr. Speaker, as I told a church congregation last Friday in your presence, sir, gathered in a memorial prayer service for the life of young Reese Williams. The transformation of the human family is the individual and specific responsibility of every single soul. A responsibility which cannot be assigned, delegated, or deferred to anyone else, as much as it is a natural tendency for us to do so. Therefore, our society must spare no effort in continuing spiritual development of our people. I respectfully ask, sir, that parents and students and all stakeholders pay very careful attention over the next days and weeks to all announcements emanating from the ministry about the opening and operation of schools this year. As we can see, it will be a most unusual year in the history of education in the Bahamas. And as I stated in this honorable House on September the 9th, we have entered the final week of the national exams, which resumed on September the 14th. And I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate students and parents who took advantage of this opportunity to secure for themselves a benefit that would last a lifetime. The ministry accepts its moral obligation to ensure that all students maximize their limitless potential through the administration of national examinations, which aid them in certification for the job market, qualifications for academic scholarships, and placement within tertiary institutions. In addition to today's updates, I ask all parents, students, and other stakeholders to please avail themselves of updates that come from this ministry. Because again, we enter a phase that is unusual, but dynamic and exciting. All information can be accessed on the main media, which is newspapers, radio, and television, as well as the ministry's webpage, which is www.Ministry of Education Bahamas, one word, .com, or other ministry media platforms, including Facebook. As I stated a few weeks ago, sir, the ministry will employ 3 instructional models: the traditional and usual face-to-face, the virtual, which is that all instructions will be delivered online, or the hybrid, which is a combination of the face-to-face and the virtual. And while some schools in the Family Islands will go face-to-face, most schools, and therefore most students, will attend school virtually. Because of this virtual situation, sir, I now inform the House that next week, beginning October 5, when school officially opens, the ministry's schools will conduct across this country a week of orientation so that students and educators and all other stakeholders may be familiarized with the access and the utilization of all facets of the new educational virtual paradigm. Their classes, teachers, schedules, and other necessary protocols. During this orientation, sir, every student will be given a username and a password, which we ask most respectfully that they keep sacred and confidential, because it contains their vital academic and vocational information, which no one should have access to except the student and all other relevant approved authorities. The orientation will be both face-to-face in that fashion, segmented, with certain students coming on a particular day while others will attend on other days, for the ease, convenience, and accessibility for all students and others involved, including educators. Additionally, the orientation will also be virtual for those students who choose that option. For those who are attending in person, while we ask that each student presents in a uniform, we are, however, in consideration of the times in which we live, requesting administrators to be as lenient as necessary with students in the first weeks of school, while these students adjust to the new paradigm of their education. As I indicated before, Mr. Speaker, one size does not fit all. The decision about the mode of instruction in a particular school rests with the director, upon the advice of the district superintendent and her teams. And over the next few days, notices will be published in all media advising of which schools will be utilizing whichever method they choose. However, sir, no matter the mode, in all respects, the safety and well-being of our students, staff, educators, and all other stakeholders are paramount, foundational, and will be in keeping with the dictates of the competent authority. However, I do ask again that parents and students please check with the respective school to find out which mode of instruction will be deployed. I wish again, sir, to reiterate that as we are certainly in a fluid environment, nothing is written in stone, and these decisions are subject to change as guided by the competent authority based on the recommendations of the Ministry of Health. Parents and educators, rather parents and students, will be informed in due time whatever changes will be made. And that is why it is critical students and their parents pay earnest attention to all information about the operation of school this year. In terms of student registration for the 2020-2021 school year, for the very first time in the history of education, this process has been online. Process which includes students who are entering school for the first time. I am pleased, sir, generally with the way this process has gone. And however, with the implementation of new systems, there will always be challenges. I am advised, happily, that a majority, over 10,000 of the 12,000 applicants who have completed the online submissions, have been successfully approved and processed, and the others will be by the beginning of school this year. As I indicated in my last communication, sir, the ministry endorses parents who are capable and able to homeschool their children. However, to this end, parents must complete the registration process online by signing onto the ministry's website. In order for us to truly be ready for the reopening of school, every student must be equipped with the resources necessary to function in this new normal. The ministry is grateful for the partnership of corporate and private citizens who graciously responded to the need to assist students who are in need of electronic devices. A few weeks ago, the Nassau chapter of Links donated 40 tablets with attached keyboards to this course. And more recently, the AF Adderley graduating class of 1986 also donated devices to the Ministry of Education. I again publicly thank these organizations for their generosity and wish to highlight and heartily thank other donors who have recently volunteered to assist. They include the Most Honorable Governor General of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Leno Bahamas, Commonwealth Bank, Dr. Barry Rasson and the Rotary Clubs of the Bahamas, Mr. Carl Allen, the Life at Key Foundation, the Commonwealth of Learning, Adventist Development and Relief Agency, Pan American Development Foundation, the One Eleuthera Foundation, Bahamas Red Cross, Alive and Cable Bahamas, and the One-on-One Learning and Educational Management Information System. I wish to say a heartfelt thanks to a lady who has been most generous in her donation. She is asked to remain anonymous, and she will be, but I honor and praise her for her unmatched kindness. I invite, Mr. Speaker, more partners in this great initiative, one that is an investment in the future of the Bahamas. Each donation, so whether big or small, brings us closer to our goal to ensure that no child is left behind. And as I have indicated on a number of occasions, these devices and those purchased by the ministry will first be distributed to students who are part of the ministry's lunch voucher program. There are currently 5,087 such students on this program, and the number continues to increase daily. I therefore wish that our listeners and this honorable house pay very careful attention to what I am about to say. In New Providence, beginning this Friday, October the 2nd, 2020, students on the lunch voucher program are asked to please contact the vouchers for the devices from the school they attended last year. Last school. That school will have their names and the names of their parents. Those names, this is beginning on Friday. And we will do so in a segmented fashion, Mr. Speaker. Those whose last names, surnames, begin with the letters A through G will go this Friday to that respective school. H to O on Monday, October the 5th, and the rest will go the following day, Tuesday, October the 6th, and following. Afterwards, and that begins on Saturday, October the 3rd, those students who have collected their vouchers for the devices may now redeem those vouchers from any Alive store beginning this Saturday, October the 3rd, during business hours, or any day thereafter. Please note very carefully, the student must, in the case of the collection of the vouchers, must be accompanied by his or her parent, who will sign for the voucher on behalf of that student. The parent must present a picture ID for verification. Students are also requested to present an ID, but where there is none, the school will have a record of that student on file. Please be advised that no device will be issued without proper identification to a parent. Certainly none will be issued to a child who is without a parent or caregiver. It's important for us to repeat that, Mr. Speaker, because this is critical. Beginning this Friday and continuing, all students on the lunch voucher program only may attend to the school that they attended last school year, and with their parent, who must have a picture ID, may collect a voucher which will be redeemed at any of the 9 Alive locations here on New Providence. Any. It is important that parents understand that they must present a picture ID. Otherwise, the voucher will not be given, neither to the student or someone who is purporting to be the parent of this child. A picture government issued ID. Beginning this Friday, we will do so in a segmented fashion. Those students whose last names begin with A through G this Friday, Monday, October the 5th, students whose last names begin with H through O. The rest, Tuesday and following. Parents, redeem the voucher at any of the 9 Alive locations here on the island of New Providence. I'm only speaking about New Providence at the moment, Mr. Speaker. May also add that all other parents of students not on the lunch program may purchase a device from the same Alive store, and again, 9 locations. Or they may purchase a device from any technical store. And specs for the device may be found on the ministry's webpage, www.ministryofelucationbahamas.com. I ask parents that instead of the usual school supplies, that they please invest in an electronic device to facilitate their child's learning. And may I accentuate the point that not just any device, but they are invited to obtain a device which has the specs outlined by the Ministry of Education, and you're able to get that from our webpage or our Facebook page. Now, let me speak to the Family Islands, Mr. Speaker. And let me move for a moment from the South Central Bahamas who have already received their devices. That would be students in the Michael constituency, South Andros, Cat Island. In the Family Islands, except the South Central Bahamas, where devices have been distributed. Devices will be distributed of those students on the lunch program beginning next week, Wednesday. This would be the islands of Grand Bahama, Eleuthera, North Andros, Central and North Andros, and Abaco. I want to say again that South Central Bahama, the Michael constituency, South Andros, as well as Cat Island, have received, I'm talking about lunch voucher students, have received their devices, sir. As you're aware, most private schools have already begun their work. So, sir, this is important, and all of this information is available on the ministry's webpage beginning right now, and that includes the webpage, the Facebook page, and will be available in the mainstream media beginning tomorrow and continuing for the benefit of our students and their parents. Mr. Speaker, as we embark on this new school year, I'm excited about the continued creativity and skill that will emerge from our educational leaders, teachers, and students. We are in a digital revolution. The Bahamas and the educational system is not spared. However, nothing, absolutely nothing, will relinquish the ministry's commitment to fulfilling not only the United Nations 2020-2030 agenda of free and equitable education for all, but we are also resolved to carry out a national mandate birthed from the recesses of our Constitution, which speaks to the fundamental rights, freedoms, and privileges of all beings. I want again to remind our parents and the public to stay tuned to the ministry's webpage, Facebook page, and all other media platforms to remain informed of the latest information with reference to the reopening of schools. Let me remind us all that information is changing and being updated by the minute as we negotiate and navigate this global crisis and conquer this invisible enemy trying to beset us. I call on every sector of our society to assist in the education of our students. We hear the cries of parents who lament the need for supervision for their children during this virtual instruction. We hear the cries of parents lamenting the need for multiple devices for their children to allow every child access to education. Our response is to appeal to sectors of the wider community to lend a helping hand, and we have done so. I am very proud of our churches, employers, and other families with human and physical resources and spaces that can assist. This, my dear Mr. Speaker, is with great appreciation to those churches who have agreed to assist our children in the provision of supervision and care in care centers to be run by those churches in collaboration with the Ministry of Education. A list of such churches and community organizations is now being prepared and will be posted in all media. And I kindly ask the public to please pay very close attention. I wish to conclude, Mr. Speaker, with an excerpt from the Right to Education document, which highlights what is referred to as the 4 A's in education. They include availability, accessibility, acceptability, and adaptability. Availability, accessibility, acceptability, and adaptability. These features, sir, encapsulate the essence of what the world of education should look like, especially during this time. Participation and support of all stakeholders and the wider community. We can and will remain a robust education system for all. And again, I ask most respectfully, sir, that the public remains vigilant and alert to all information that will be coming from the Ministry of Education in respect of the opening of schools, this public schools, this 2020-2021 academic and vocational year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. order that the communication be brought up. Order that the communication do lie on the table. Further statements and communications by ministers. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Seabreeze.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I won't be long, but I stand today to recognize a very important time in history that we are celebrating today. And before I do just that, I find that it's in order, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate this Parliament, as you would have clearly indicated, on its 291st anniversary. Mr. Speaker, it is a tremendous occasion and certainly a great feat for us to have accomplished. And I believe it is because we continue to allow to sit in the seats such as yours, persons of your caliber, that will ensure that what the Parliament was designed to do, it continues to do, and where it needs to improve, it will certainly do just that. And so we thank you, Mr. Speaker, for serving and for holding the accountability that is necessary for that office, ensuring that that remains intact and remaining intact in terms of the separation of powers, in terms of tact and remain in respect to what is required in the system of separation of powers. And so we want to say congratulations to you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Parliament of today, and to all members. We celebrate the work of this Parliament both before and now. Mr. Speaker, I want to indicate just very quickly, get well wishes to the members you've indicated that are suffering from this plague we call the COVID-19 pandemic. I really want to wish them a safe recovery and to let them know that this House prays for them. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, I've known you for a while and I know that you are praying for them and that they will get well soon. On a sad note, Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend condolences as my colleagues and as you have, Mr. Speaker, to you and to the families of the Nassau Village constituency. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me to stand here and not recognize the continued loss that we suffer in our communities by acts of what I call recklessness and the intentional acts of violence that really must not continue. And so it is important for, I think, every member here and every citizen to lend our voices and to lend a helping hand to ensure that these acts, they are stopped. It is not the police, Mr. Speaker, that is responsible. It is all of us. And certainly we thank the police for the work they continue to do on the front line. Mr. Speaker, closing off on that, the Women of Parliament, we are preparing a campaign, Mr. Speaker, to launch in support of the police and a zero tolerance approach to these acts of violence. Mr. Speaker, we will not be silent while our children, while our young men and while our women are killed senselessly. Mr. Speaker, if there be nothing else I speak about in this place, you will hear me begin to speak out against it. I cannot sleep at night knowing that little children are being shot, whether as a bystander or intentionally. It cannot be entertained. Mr. Speaker, this morning I came in to the substantive communication wearing a mask. And Mr. Speaker, this mask symbolizes the Golden Girls of the Bahamas. And I think everyone knows them very well. We celebrate today their 20th anniversary. 20 years ago, the year 2000 in Sydney, Australia, great things happened. And so we want to remember that great thing, particularly, Mr. Speaker. And before I go on any further, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, we have a mask for you, Mr. Speaker. The Golden Girls have sent this. And then we have a mask as well for the opposition shadow minister of youth, Mr. Speaker, in the person of Mr. Picewell Forbes. And so we have his mask there for him, Mr. Speaker. And so we celebrate these women today. We celebrate sports today. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas is internationally recognized for its world-class status in a variety of sporting disciplines. The discipline of track and field over the years, and multiple disciplines in the sporting arena. For decades, this small island nation called the Bahamas has built its reputation as a sporting powerhouse. Our athletes are fierce, competitive, resilient, and the record is they are successful. Mr. Speaker, we won numerous gold medals, achieved world records, entertained the world with extraordinary performances and talent, and demonstrated exceptional teamwork, which produced undisputed winning results. Mr. Speaker, the Olympic Games, or Olympics as many may know it, are leading international sporting events featuring summer and winter sports competitions where thousands of top athletes from around the world unite to participate in healthy competition. Held every 4 years, the event is designed to challenge athletes to maximize their full potential, taking the limits off of themselves and their abilities, Mr. Speaker, and recognizing that they can go beyond the stars, Mr. Speaker, as a result of their talent and their discipline and tenacity. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, from our first Olympians of 1948, the late Sir Derwent Knowles, Sloan Farrington, and Cecil Cook, our sailing giants. Sir Derwent Knowles later becoming the Olympic champion in 1964 by the Tokyo Olympics. Sir Thomas A. Robinson with our first major track medal in 1954, then our first track Olympic finalist in 1964 to 1976. Mr. Speaker, the glass ceiling was shattered in athletics when at the 1992 Olympics in Barcelona, Spain, Frank Rutherford Jr., in his powerful trademark hop, skip, and jump in the triple jump event, exploded onto the podium with a bronze medal, the first of its kind for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, we can say proudly, Mr. Speaker, that our athletes have caused our country to grow and be known by leaps and bounds. Our sports community, Mr. Speaker, have built a legacy of excellence in sports, and we have established a winning heritage. While we are so proud of all of our Olympians and medalists, it is undeniable that on this day, exactly 20 years ago, at the 2000 Olympic Games in Sydney, Australia, a group of ladies cloaked in aquamarine, black, and gold would bring a wave of euphoria and jubilation to this nation. Mr. Speaker, I remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Speaker, I thought it was me on the track, but I told you earlier, Mr. Speaker, that in my first stint, I was told that I could run, and Mr. Speaker, I was told I could run. I was at Woodcock Primary School, and they said I looked promising, Centerville, and so I went on the track. Grade 5 or so, and when I ran on the track, it was about the 200 meters. When I look back, no one was behind me. Mr. Speaker, I realized I was not in my calling. But Mr. Speaker, I was encouraged. I was encouraged 20 years ago when I looked at these young women, and before a global audience of more than 3.7 billion viewers at 4:30 a.m. in the morning when most persons were sleeping, I wasn't. Every eye, I don't believe anybody in the Bahamas was sleeping. Every eye was wide awake in breathless anticipation of the showdown of the century about to happen. On your marks, my heart was beating. Anybody remember? Get set. And then the gun went off. Mr. Speaker, executing perfect baton exchanges. The race was over before it began. We had some lightning strikers. Sabatita Fines shot out like a rocket, they say. Chandra Stirrup applied more damage on the second leg, and Pauline Davis Thompson already being the champion in the 200 meters just 2 days earlier. They say she burned the third leg, passing the final baton of exchange on to our very own Debbie Ferguson, who, as we say, put the nail in the coffin, sealing, Mr. Speaker, the historic win over the once formidable United States of America. Mr. Speaker, Eldis Clark was there. They all, Mr. Speaker, made it worth, and they made it worth our while. They did not disappoint. As a matter of fact, these women, they went beyond our expectations. In 41.95 seconds, it was over. It was over. And in 41.96 seconds, with horns blowing, people screaming, others crying. I did say 4:30 in the morning. 4:30 in the morning. And many still staring, speechless in amazement at the screen. This was all new, and it was a moment in history our nation and people would never forget. Mr. Speaker, I can't leave him out because he is sitting here so quiet, Mr. Speaker. The former B3A's president, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Desmond Bannister, Mr. Speaker, and Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have to have a mask for him, Minister. The girls, they just can't stop talking about you and how you are so influential in where they are, where we are as a country. And because of this, we are very grateful. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to pass that to Minister. 242 Golden Girls. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas' spirit was lifted, and this moment is well remembered both locally and internationally. I must indicate, as Minister of Sports, every country I've traveled to, Dubai, Japan, everywhere, they know the Golden Girls. I wouldn't shout with Pauline Davis-Thompson. Everybody knows her in the world, Mr. Speaker, and all of them, they are well known, and they wear the pride, they wear our flag with pride. These accomplishments, which led to demonstrations of national pride and jubilation, are attributed to the coaches, parents, and support structures, along with the athletes' sacrifices over the years leading up to the competition. The constant, Mr. Speaker, I want to indicate this, and I probably would not have appreciated it had I not become Minister of Sports, but I want to indicate the support that ministries or the Ministry of Sports have given to athletes over the years, and have been the, Mr. Speaker, title sponsors in many instances to ensure our athletes get to the competitions, able to perform and bring back the goal, as these young ladies did at the time, Mr. Speaker. And so to the government of the Bahamas, whether it's this particular administration or any other, I want to congratulate the government of the Bahamas for keeping sports alive. We remain proud of all of our athletes as they represent the Bahamas around the globe. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to mention the Bahamas Association of Athletics Association and the Bahamas Olympic Committee for their steadfastness in the promotion of sports for the Bahamas and Bahamian athletes. As I close, Mr. Speaker, today, 20 years later, we congratulate and salute our Golden Girls, Sabathina Fines, Chandra Sturrock, Pauline Davis-Thompson, Debbie Ferguson, Eldis Clark, Mr. Speaker. And on this, the 20th anniversary of excellent representation of how teamwork, discipline, and togetherness brought out the best in us, we want to say to the Golden Girls, 20 years later, thank you. The Bahamas remains grateful for your service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the communication be brought up. Further statements and communications by ministers. Right, thank you, Honorable Member. Communications by the order that the communication do lie on the table. Communications by the clerk. Messages from the Governor General. Messages from the Senate. Motions for leave of absence, leave to resign, seat, and new writs. Presentations of petitions. Presentations of reports of committees. Adoption of reports of committees. first reading of bills. Second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, we do have one bill that is to be laid.
Vote.
And so, Mr. Speaker,
First reading?
first reading, sir.
First reading.
So, Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce and have read for the first time a copy of the following, the Value-Added Tax Amendment Number 2 bill.
Is there a second?
That's the only one.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for the first time. A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act. As many as in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for the first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Value-Added Tax Act.
Further first reading of bills.
Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Second reading and committal of bills. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamacraw.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the good people of Yamacraw to commence debate on two pieces of legislation, Mr. Speaker. But before I begin, let me first recognize the issue that you have spoken to this morning. That is the 291st anniversary of an independent parliament. And I listened very careful to your presentation, Mr. Speaker, which is more than food for thought. And so I want to commend you for the fine work that you've been doing thus far, and for your enterprise, Mr. Speaker. It would also be remiss of me, Mr. Speaker, if I did not welcome, and I would get fussed out if I didn't welcome back to this honorable place the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, and to say to him that those ladies from Dowd's Cat Island are happy to see you here. But they said to tell you that they understand that there's been some shaking in the house. And to remind you, as Mr. Ingram reminded the former Prime Minister, that the father of the nation had left him a great alma mater, and that to the extent that there may have been some signs of insurrection, he should go out and crush it. And so they've sent that message to you. And I've done my duty, as I know that they're sitting and listening. And so you're welcome to have you back, sir. I want to pardon me? I want to say to the Minister of Education that I'm very proud. The constituency of Yamacraw is extremely proud. Indeed, the nation is proud for the way it's been leading the way in terms of the revolution, the digitization of education. It has not been easy, Mr. Speaker, in the context of three crises, and that is Hurricane Dorian, which represents the climate crisis, and I have not been refuted on this point yet, that have in regard to
the extent of the damage that we have suffered by two major pillars of our economy being wiped out, which is, when you do a comparative analysis, I'm of the view that it represents about 5 states in the United States of America when you compare population size. And he's done a yeoman job in a very short time to find devices, which is being paid from the public purse. Here at Cat Island, Rumpkins in Salvador, New Providence, Iguana. I'm excited. And I'm excited because in Yamakwa, we started to do an assessment, a needs assessment for devices. And we got over 300 responses by parents having that need. So we're going to work very closely, and I'm inviting everybody in the house to work very closely with the Ministry of Education to the extent that if they don't provide, we would be able to do it. I want to commend the persons in the community who volunteered their assets, Mr. Speaker. We're creating an account with Alive, and this is a suggestion for everybody, so that people would know where their funding is going. There's a partnership with Alive. Create an account with Alive and say the person pay it straight into Alive. And then the devices can be given out under the auspices of the Ministry of Education, who would say, listen, the product is not really yours, but you're obligated to care for it. And so I want to commend the Minister of Education. And also I saw one of my good friends and gym mates. And so on behalf of the box, Mr. Johnson, where we do CrossFit, I would like to extend congratulations to Ms. LD's class and all of the girls, Golden Gate girls, on their, on their achievements, which has propelled the Bahamas much further on the international stage, and it demonstrated that women can do anything. And so I congratulate them and pray God's blessings on them. Mr. Speaker, my task is not so difficult this morning because I rise this morning to debate a compendium of legislation, Mr. Speaker, and that is a bill for an act to amend the Bail Act to increase the jurisdiction of a magisterial court to grant bail in certain cases, to provide for the making of rules for regulating the procedure for applying for bail and for connected purposes. And also, Mr. Speaker, the Juries Amendment Act 2018. Mr. Speaker, I would like to just say, before going into my presentation on this debate, to say that these bills have been laid for some time now, Mr. Speaker, and they've received wide consultation. Mr. Speaker, before going into the bill, I would like to set the historical context, because you're an attorney, and this matter of the jurisdiction of magistrates to grant bail has been in public discourse for some time now. As a matter of fact, you've had 3 past Chief Justices in the persons of Mr. Justice Sir Michael Barnett, the late Mr. Justice Stephen Isaacs, and Mr. Justice Sir Hartman Longley, all of whom spoke to the need to reinvest magistrates with the authority to grant bail in certain matters, Mr. Speaker. And so more than just giving it lip service, this government, led by the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, has decided to adhere or listen or take the wise advice of those speaking to the need for the amendment of these bills. I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to speak to the independent director of public prosecution. And these bills most certainly have the blessings of that department. And in particular, I spoke to him about the need or the significance of the amendment to the Juries Act. But Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw your attention. I'm not going to be very long because I know, and I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. So I will refer to some quotes from the former Chief Justices as they have seen it. And they were very articulate, eloquent, and produced the concerns that the injustices that an amendment to the Bail Act would have wrought on many Bahamians, especially young Bahamians. And to speak in particular, I remember a young man who went to the magistrate's court after the jurisdiction was removed, not wanting to go to the Bahamas Correctional Facility. He decided to plead guilty. And there are any number of persons who found themselves in that situation, pled guilty, paid a fine, got a record, and the following day, he lost his job. And that was his story. And so, Mr. Speaker, what I would suggest to the government, even as we do this, there may be special cases, taking every case in the circumstances in which you find them, where we may want to do justice to some of those persons and deal with their records. Because some of those persons pled guilty, Mr. Speaker, to matters that are only expungible after 7 years under the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. And they're still here, and they're still suffering the consequence of what judges determined was an irregular decision, Mr. Speaker, to amend the Bail Act and take away the discretion or the power of magistrates to grant bail. And then, Mr. Speaker, I'll deal with the Juries Act that just simply, Mr. Speaker, makes an amendment to, under the two categories when persons are found guilty of murder, to have a jury of 12 and then a jury of 9 for those persons where there will not be the sentence of death. But Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by saying, as a part of the educational process, as I discussed this, as Justice Sir Michael Barnett said, that the court and in its duty does not see their position as a cursed virtue, but that they must withstand the criticism of persons as it was being done in the community at that time about bail and persons being admitted to bail. And I quote, "I'm aware of the criticism that justices have received on their decision to grant or refuse bail. We are aware that the suggestion has been made at the highest level to further curtail the discretion of justices to grant bail. This is healthy. We are not immune from criticism, but I believe it is important to remind persons of the principles relating to bail and to the fact that justices do not arbitrarily or capriciously grant bail without regard to principles. They have been set out in numerous decisions by the courts, including the Privy Council, by which decisions the judges of the Supreme Court are obliged to follow. They have been summarized more recently by the Court of Appeal of Jamaica in a decision delivered in 2011. And he goes on, Mr. Speaker, to speak to the circumstances under which bail is granted. And he said, the suspect remaining at large is the rule. His detention on the ground of suspicion is the exception. And even then, if he is not put on his trial within a reasonable time, he has to be released. The principles are, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, an arrested or detained person has a right to be released on bail as a result of the right of liberty and the presumption of innocence. The right must be balanced against the interest of the state that the person does not frustrate the course of justice by flight, interfering with witnesses, or committing other crimes. 3, the balancing of these rights must be done by the court, as each situation must may have its own unique factors. And he goes on to speak to the independence of the judiciary, Mr. Speaker. And as I heard you spoke, and as I went through these decisions of the I'm not giving you food, I'm not adding fuel to the fire. But as I went through these decisions by the various Chief Justices, I say, wow, the Speaker just inserts Parliament. He has a speech. It says, an independent judiciary free from interference by the legislature. The principle distilled from the cases are that an independent judiciary free from interference by the legislature and the executive is an essential characteristic of democracy and an underlying aspect of the Constitution. 2, the fundamental right of the individual under the Constitution are protected not only by the fact that they are entrenched in the Constitution, but also by the right being safeguarded by the judiciary. 3, the legislature ought not attempt to determine the way that the judiciary should deal with individual offenders. And he goes on, and Mr. Speaker, there's a reason why I'm reading this, is because there's been a lot of debate, and it helps the public discourse, especially as we've known, as you've heard in the House this morning, persons have been sending out condolences to individuals who have been killed recently, and I'll speak to that at the end of my speech. 4, any legislative action that diminishes the independence of the judiciary or impedes the judiciary and its function of safeguarding the constitutional rights of the individual will be struck down unless such legislation is enacted in accordance with the rules for constitutional amendment. It is with these well-established principles in mind that judges are obliged to approach the issue of bail. And Mr. Speaker, he went on to say that if there was any attempt by the legislature to interfere unconstitutionally with that right to grant bail, Mr. Speaker, he says that the courts will resist it vigorously. And so you see, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to lay this on the House, lay this document for you, Mr. Speaker. You see a Chief Justice of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas identifying what he sees as an interference, a possible interference in the administration of justice by the removal of the right, the power of a magistrate to grant bail in certain circumstances. Mr. Speaker, he said that in January 2014, and I identify that to show you, to demonstrate to you and to the watching or listening public as to how long this discourse on this issue of granting bail has been going on. And in 2014, Mr. Speaker, Sir Hartman Longley, the former Chief Justice of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, in his speech dated 11th January 2017, and I quote, he went on to speak to this issue of the removal of bail from magistrates. And when I'm finished with this, I'll take you to what Justice Stephen Isaacs had to say. It was extremely riveting. It identified the social and psychological injustice that was done to especially young people. And I would read that for you, Mr. Speaker. But Justice Longley says, bail continues to be a sore issue. Magistrates still continue to complain about the lack of jurisdiction in bail matters. I believe the system can be significantly improved if the jurisdiction of stipendiary and circuit magistrates in many cases of bail is restored. Precious time is wasted at both levels in matters that can and perhaps ought to be dealt with by the summary level. This is a matter I have addressed, and he says he addressed it with the Attorney General. And I'm happy to see that the Office of the Attorney General shares our view. In fact, there is little justification for the current situation of relieving magistrates of this jurisdiction, particularly when one considers that magistrates represent the reservoir of talent from which most Supreme Court and appellate court judges are drawn. Further, if you do the calculations, you will find that magistrates and former magistrates make up 50% of the Court of Appeal judges, 50% of the Industrial Court judges, and more than 50% of the Supreme Court judges. Perhaps some attention will be paid to this matter as that is extremely urgent. And Mr. Speaker, these sentiments were posited in 2017. And here comes, Mr. Speaker, and I will lay this before the House. Mr. Speaker, here comes Mr. Justice Stephen Isaacs, the late Mr. Justice Stephen Isaacs. And I was attempting to put something in writing on last night, but when I read what Mr. Justice Stephen Isaacs said, I thought it was very well put, Mr. Speaker. And I will just regurgitate it while giving him the honor and respect that he deserves as one of the foremost legal luminaries within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. But he identifies what a number of us would have experienced going before those courts and watching persons as they lamented the fact not wanting to go to the Bahamas Correctional Facility and making decisions which in some cases totally destroyed the lives of individuals to speak. And that's why I said before starting, we as a country may have to should look at those matters on a case-by-case basis. And where there's an opportunity to assist those individuals, we should. And that gentleman that I described earlier, I couldn't recall his name, but I wanted to call him so he could have been here today to see this process as it works. And so Mr. Justice Stephen Isaacs, and I quote from his presentation, 2018, at the opening of the Supreme Court session, and again, with a full audience, he says, before leaving the topic of bail, there's a matter of growing concern among the judges and magistrates, and I would imagine the public at large. It is not a new issue and has been spoken to on prior occasions. The issue centers on the amendment of the Bail Act, which effectively removes authority of magistrates to grant bail for a variety of offenses. The Magistrates Court, unlike the Supreme Court, is a creation of statute. So when legislation is amended, the general principle is that magistrates are bound by the amendment of the statute. This is serious. This is a serious issue. And I can only fathom that the aim of the executive was to pitch in on the fight against crime, which is to be commended. There's been, however, some perverse results, and he goes on to tell you what the perverse results are. I use as an example the fact that a magistrate cannot grant bail for these minor offenses, but the police can. What happens in the magistrate's court is the defendants charged with minor crimes. They are very often young offenders and find themselves remanded to prison. And it is then up to the individual defendant, assuming he or she has the wherewithal to hire a lawyer to apply to the Supreme Court, which is a constitutional court with unlimited jurisdiction for a bail hearing. If a defendant cannot afford a lawyer, the process of applying personally is invariably extended over a much longer period. Then applications made by a lawyer who is trained and paid to make the application. Further, he goes on, there is our system, an attempt to coordinate bail, and he speaks about the coordination of bails with dates and how that was not working out very well. And he goes on to say, what we have seen, however, is applicants approaching the court, normally through a lawyer, on an unlisted bail matter for a minor offense where it is already known that there is not going to be an objection to the Crown. So the Crown did not have, you've taken it from the magistrate's court, and you've had this experience. You go to the Supreme Court, only to hear that the Crown and nobody really has an objection because the judges and the magistrates saw the amendment to the Bail Act as really futile and creating a bad situation for many. He says this amendment has not only increased the workload of the Supreme Court, and we all heard that, and says this amendment not only increased the workload of the Supreme Court and often throws bail lists out of sync, but more insidious is the stance it sends young people to prison for minor offenses prior to trial, when previously a magistrate would routinely grant bail, sometimes with additional conditions. This process is counterproductive, and instead of being a crime-fighting tool, it has the potential of creating resentment toward authorities by those young persons caught up in the conveyor belt of the process. And I crave your indulgence to bear with me. There's just a little more, Mr. Speaker. returning to the authority of magistrates to grant bail in all but most serious offenses, such as murder, manslaughter, and armed robbery, ought to be given more than lip service, which is all that it has been received to date. The statutory authority of magistrates to grant bail for minor offenses ought to be returned forthwith, he says. There is a related matter affecting the liberty of the subject, which has created some confusion among jurists. The matter is what appears to be a double jeopardy for persons who are released on bail at the Supreme Court with conditions. Apart from signing a bond along with one or two sureties, a person granted bail is often subjected to other conditions, such as reporting to a police station nearest home or on specific days, usually before 6 p.m., wearing an electronic monitoring device, or being subject to a curfew. What I refer to as double jeopardy is the exposure of an accused person to have bail revoked on application of the Crown at the Supreme Court for breach of bail conditions, usually for failing to report to the police station, and less often, failing for trial. And he goes on to explain that once these persons are admitted for these minor offenses, before they can get the bail, the time that you would normally grant, if convicted, they had served a longer time. And so he comes down on the same side as Mr. Justice Barnett and looks at the constitutional irregularity as he saw it, that it would have done and how it would, the whole process unfairly inured, not to the benefit of the persons who are using the system. So, Mr. Speaker, I referred to 3 Chief Justices, and I think their reputations and character are irrefutable. I know that the Bar Association has been consulted on the Bail Amendment Act, and the side opposite, before I start, asked me, how long will I be? And that's an indication that there will be very little resistance to this matter here today. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the Bail Amendment Act to say what it does. Mr. Speaker, it introduces a requirement for electronic monitoring. And in the document that I was presented by Mr. Justice Isaac, he speaks briefly to it, Mr. Speaker. But the bill seeks to amend, Mr. Speaker, the Bail Act to increase the jurisdiction, as I've said, of the magisterial court to grant bail in certain cases, but to provide for the making of rules and regulation procedures for granting bail. Clause 1 of the bill provides for the short title of the bill. Clause 2 of the bill seeks to amend Section 2 of the bill to provide for the definition section. Clause 4 of the bill really goes back in, Mr. Speaker, to reinvest magistrates with the authority to give bail in matters, Mr. Speaker, as one justice says. They arraign the person, charge the person, they arraign the person, then they will try the individual and sentence the individual. And it's reinvesting that magistrate in those minor matters with the opportunity to grant bail in the matters. And I think Mr. Justice Longley put it extremely succinctly, but in a perfect way, that when you look at the High Court, the majority of the persons, more than 50% of them, are selected from the magisterial section of the court, and it speaks to their intellectual prowess and their ability to deal with this matter. So Section 4 seeks to amend, Section 4 of the bill seeks to amend Section 4 of the Bail Act by increasing the jurisdiction of magistrates to grant bail in firearm matters, sexual offenses matters, and more generally, minor matters, Mr. Speaker. Clause 5 of the bill seeks to amend Section 13 of the bill to require a surety to utilize the bail management system for the purpose of making a statutory declaration. Clause 6 of the bill seeks to amend Part B of the first schedule of the Bail Act by enabling a magistrate's court to grant bail in related matters. And Mr. Speaker, the bill also speaks to the electronic monitoring, which requires persons who are now on bail or persons who are granted bail. The whole intention is to create kiosks so the persons can go in and you would put in their biometrics, and you can, I thought you were saying, you put in their bio, they can now go, instead of going to a police station, they can go to the police station and just use the electronic device that is set up for them to check in, and it will reduce greatly the whole issue as to whether or not someone would have written something in a book, or that the book where they were signing went missing. I do recall I had a case in the past where we had to call for the diaries to establish whether or not who was on duty, whether or not the person actually signed in, whether or not somebody actually did not pay them any attention where they came to the station. So it gives them an idea and an opportunity to use these kiosks to sign in, Mr. Speaker. So I think this is a momentous occasion, Mr. Speaker, today, that based on the representation by high courts, that we're here now today paying more than lip service, Mr. Speaker, to this whole concept of bail, giving magistrates back the authority to grant bail. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated before, there's been wide consultation on these matters, and I now take you for a very short period to the Juries Amendment Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the act simply, in 2011, there was an amendment to the Penal Code, which created two areas of murder. One where, as a result of being convicted for murder, Mr. Speaker, one can be sentenced to death, and one where there was not a requirement for the death penalty, Mr. Speaker. And so the Act simply allows a judge to impanel a jury of 12, where the consequence would be death, and it allows the court to constitute a jury of 9, where the a great indulgence, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Normally when I hear Cat Island shouts out something, I stop. Yes. So, if I listen there? It's majority. Yes. So it requires, Mr. Speaker, in cases where the result is the death penalty, it still allows for 12 unanimous, but in cases where there's not, the result is not a death penalty, it is the jury can return a verdict of less than 12, and you can still have a conviction, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I would now take you through the provisions of the Bail Act, of the Juries Act. And I want to thank my learned senior, Mr. Carmichael, for his kind assistance and intervention just now. Section 2 of the bill seeks to amend to make consequential amendments to Section 18 of the Juries Act in order to make it clear that where the penalty of death is provided for by the law, the unanimous verdict of 12 jurors is needed in order to secure a conviction. Additionally, that a majority verdict will secure a conviction in murder cases which do not attract the death penalty. Section 3, Mr. Speaker, of the bill seeks to amend Section 24 of the Principal Act to provide for consistency in language consequent to the amendment of Section 18. And Section 4 of the bill seeks to amend Section 28 of the Principal Act to empower a judge to discharge a juror where, in the opinion of the judge, it is expedient for the ends of justice that a juror not continue to serve. And Mr. Speaker, Section 5 of the bill seeks to provide for the consequential amendment of the Penal Code to clarify the law with regard to which categories of murder will attract the death penalty and which will not. Mr. Speaker, those are my submissions, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Mount Moriah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see that the side officers have been paying close attention to my binder. So they have me on the clock. They have me on the clock, it seems. But before I begin my substantive remarks, Mr. Speaker, like the rest of my colleagues, I would wish to add to the condolences to the family of Ednique Wallace and Master Reyes Williams. And to yourself, Mr. Speaker, as the representative for the constituency of Nassau Village, and to the community of Nassau Village, as they continue to mourn the senseless killing of two precious young children. These deaths, Mr. Speaker, reminds us that as a people, that we all have a vested responsibility in ensuring the safety and the protection of our kids. And so we continue to pray for the family, continue to assure them that we will be there for them, and that as minister responsible for national security, that they can be assured that the Commissioner of Police and his team are giving this their utmost attention and will most assuredly bring these matters to some resolution in the quickest possible time. Mr. Speaker, also I would like to say to you, as the leader in this House, as we celebrate 291 years of parliamentary democracy, as one of the first in the Commonwealth, that as we reflect on history, that we must be reminded that while we celebrate history, we must be cognizant of the fact that we use that as the foundation for change. And as I sat and listened to you speak, about what needs to happen. You know, it's timely and it is important that we must all, as leaders, come to this realization that the status quo is no longer sufficient or good enough, and that the people who put us here are watching. And so, as a government, we truly understand this. And very shortly, you will see changes as we begin to usher in, as was mentioned by my colleague in Yamakroa, the changes of the independence of the judiciary that we have been talking about for so long. But there's a saying that talk is cheap and money buy land. And so, to you, sir, we all hear you, and a change will come. And so, Mr. Speaker, I stand on my feet to second both bills. It's the bailed amendment bill as well as the jury's amendment bill. And it is an honor, sir, but I missed something else out, Central Andrews. It will be remiss of me if I fail to acknowledge the success of our Golden Girls, as was alluded to earlier by my colleague from Sea Breeze. This too, Mr. Speaker, speaks to our success as a nation. And I have come to know two of the Golden Girls, in Pauline Davis and Eldise Clark. Pauline and I attended the D.W. Davis Junior High School many years ago. And as young athletes for D.W. Davis, Madam Sea Breeze, when we hit the track, we look in front and we saw no one but the finish line. And from D.W. Davis, we went on to Government High. That's where I got to meet Eldise. And so we all became a part of the Government High School track and field team. And they were the years when Government High was #1. So again, when we looked behind Madam Sea Breeze, we saw everybody. So today, again, Mr. Speaker, is a very important day, and I promise, according to McKinsey, the roots of happiness grows deepest in the soil of service. So I considered it an honor, sir, to be in this honorable house, and I promise the side opposite as Cat Island, Exuma, and Andrews have me on the clock. So you let me know when my time is up. It has always been, certainly, and will continue to be a truth which I strive for daily. Further progressive legislation are necessary for the advancement of our great Bahama land and remains a continuous pursuit. The contributions of the Bailed Amendment Act, as well as the Juries Act, reflect the global trends in the Reformation to the provisions of the Bail Management Act and the Juries Act. Mr. Speaker, I am humbled to the Almighty Father for His grace and blessings, and for my supportive family, my dear wife, Stacy, and my children, Joshua and Kai, and to the people of the great constituency of Mount Moriah, Stapleton, Millennium Gardens, and Yellow Elder for the continued support they continue to repose in me. And on a daily basis, I live with the weight of my sworn obligations as I discharge the duties and responsibilities to them and to those within the ministry to which I have responsibility for. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas, like Trinidad, was one of the first Caribbean countries to enact actually legislation, bail legislation. All of the acts are largely based on the British Act of 1976, which is still in use today. For the Bahamas, the Bail Act seeks to offer release from custody those persons accused in criminal proceedings and relatable matters. Specifically, Section 3, subsection 1 and 2 of the Act creates a presumption that a person accused of an offense shall be granted bail when he appears before the courts in the course of the proceeding for the offense of which he applies to that court for bail. However, the same presumption does not apply where a person may be charged with an offense as mentioned in Part B of the first schedule. The court, therefore, has the option to order that person to be detained in custody. Bail reform in the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, like many other international jurisdictions, is ongoing. In many countries, reforms are occurring because governments want to be tougher on crime. Governments want to remove the presumptions for bail. And research which suggests that the bail system is broken. For our administration, the amendments to the Bail Act would seek to improve upon the existing system by increasing the jurisdiction of a magisterial court to grant bail in certain cases and to provide for the establishment of rules for regulating the procedure for applying for bail. Mr. Speaker, it is important to set context for the establishment of the bail management system in the Bahamas. In 2016, the former administration signed a $2.5 million contract. However, proper legislation to support at the time was not in place. Fast forward, and 4 years later, we are at that point. Mr. Speaker, while crime continues to trend downward, our communities continue to rightly be outraged by the malicious acts of violence. Whenever they rear their ugly heads, focus is inevitably centered on abhorrence of an offense and the desire for swift justice for those responsible. A bail management system may appear to be an enabler of delayed justice. However, quite to the contrary, a bail management system is critical to the functioning of justice. The bail management system is not about the judgment of guilt, innocent, or punishment. The main purpose of such a system is the protection of our communities by preventing an individual from committing further offenses or meddling with victims and or evidence in their case. The central focus is on balancing the fundamental pillar of the criminal justice system, the presumption of innocence. To deprive one of their liberty would be in itself an offense. Therefore, we cannot deny a person the fundamental rights, particularly if they have not been found guilty. The fact that a person does not get bail will not affect the final determination of guilt or innocence, which will ultimately be made by a court of law. Mr. Speaker, in moving forward in the 21st century, the administration has sought to continue the enhancement of the bail application system by introducing the first biometric technology system that manages all bail applications throughout the country. In the past, there were many discrepancies with the application of bail processes, and to avoid any future issues the system is being introduced. The new biometric technology, Mr. Speaker, has a number of capabilities that allows the system to collect, store, track, and monitor vulnerable data in the following categories: allowing suspect to comply with their bail conditions under their photograph and fingerprint recognition, a preventative component which seeks to discontinue suretors from signing bail for more than one person, preventing persons from impersonating suspects and signing the registers at the police stations, and it will digitally track any breaches of the bail conditions. This advancement in technology will be monitored by a local Bahamian company that will have the ability to track all information in relations to bail for applications to regular sign-ins, reports, and to monitoring whether a surety signed for someone previously. All of the aforesaid undertaking will support the enforcement of existing laws. If any suspects do not adhere to the bail conditions set by the courts, the new system will be prompted to send an alert to the police, prosecutions, and to sureties. It should be noted that over the last 5 years, there has been, on average per year, some 664 persons granted bail by the respective courts in the Bahamas. Within the 5-year period, the highest amount were in 2018, when some 939 persons were granted bail, and 2017, when some 809 persons were granted bail. Mr. Speaker, the key provisions of the bill will include Clause 2, which requires amendments to Section 2 of the Principal Act, and it provides for the insertions and definitions of two terms, of which the first is the bail management system. The system will be an electronic one, which will serve to offer a more efficient and secure platform in which one can apply for bail. Further to the same, it will facilitate the expedition of the hearing of these applications. Second, Section 2B will allow the judicial sector to better monitor and track those persons in the system based on their reporting requirements, which will be in alignment with conditions of their bail. This will eliminate the loophole in which, if someone was not able to produce their driver's license, they could not sign in, or worse, sending someone else to sign in on their behalf. Third section, 2C, will facilitate alerts to the necessary enforcement agencies if grantors are in violation of their reporting requirements based on the pre-established conditions for the granting of bail. Mr. Speaker, the second insertion in Clause 2 is the term respective authorities of pivotal importance to the bail management system are the respective authorities involved, and they are inclusive of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services, the Office of the Department of Public Prosecutions, and the courts. Each will have a distinct role which will collectively facilitate the effective and efficient use of the criminal justice system regarding bail and management of the same. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, KEOS will be initially placed in criminal registry, the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services, the Elizabeth Estate Police Station, the Wolf Road Police Station, the East Street South Police Station, the Carmichael Road Police Station, the Kwaku Street Police Station, the Grove Police Station, and the Central Police Station. Once all of the necessary information is inserted, the application will be forwarded directly to the criminal registry, where assigned judges will be responsible for processing such application. This simple process hopes to have a tremendous impact on the court system by allowing for such matters to be disposed in an essential service order to court users. Mr. Speaker, Clause 3 of the bill seeks to amend Section 3 of the Principal Act by adding three new sections, subsections following subsection 2 to be known as subsection 345. Subsection 3, or section 3, subsection 3, will serve to establish the Rules Committee, which was established under the Supreme Court. Under Section 76 of the same, the committee has the discretion to make rules governing and prescribing the practice and procedures of the courts without prejudice, as necessary, or to expedient the effective and efficient processes when applying for such bail. As such, Mr. Speaker, the process regarding bail will be a fluid one and subject to change geared towards making the process more effective. Clause 3, subsection 4 will be inserted, and it seeks to make it mandatory for every person charged with a criminal offense after this act comes into effect to be required to register with the bail management system as part of his or her statutory declaration, irrespective of whether it is at the magistrate court, the criminal registry of the Supreme Court, or the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services. This new insertion represents a continued effort to fill in the loopholes in the system while providing services for those most marginalized. This represents a new paradigm shift in which institutions of government are seeking to provide protections in its systems to prevent against inequities or injustice, particularly for the youth. As previously alluded, bail reflects the balance between not allowing release and allowing release on a person's own recognizance. By allowing persons to register, the system will further aid in ensuring that people are present in court at the appointed time. It will eliminate the burden on the police and taxpayers to track and monitor defendants daily, simultaneously. It also protects those defendants' rights to remain innocent while awaiting trial. At the same time, it balances the rights with a victim's rights to have their day in court, to be heard and to be protected. Clause 3, subsection 5 will be inserted, and it seeks to make it mandatory that every individual upon the effect of this act, with existing reporting requirements as a condition of his or her bail, to register with the bail management system. Like subsection 4, Mr. Speaker, of the same clause, this requirement will seek to eliminate the burden of the police and taxpayers to track and monitor defendants. Clause 4 of the Principal Act will seek to delete subsection 3 and also delete subsection 3A, the words included in Part B of the same. In 2011, amendments to the Bail Act led to changes in the magistrate's court's ability to grant bail. The genesis of the amendment stemmed from the belief at the time that this court was being too lenient on persons charged with serious offenses and allowing prolific offenders out on bail to engage in more nefarious activities. Included in the amendment was the restriction on magistrates to grant bail to persons convicted of certain specified offenses, as outlined in Part C of the first schedule, such as prohibited weapons and ammunition. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that a person not being tried in 3 years was considered reasonable not to be granted bail. The thinking at the time was to be sufficiently restrictive so that the courts would have much more to consider prior to granting bail. However, this unforeseeable action resulted in an increase in the number of persons being remanded to the Department of Correctional Services and having to apply for a bond in the Supreme Court. The current advancement in the judicial sector underscores the need for the law to be reviewed and revised and remove the bottleneck effect which impedes the pipeline of the sector. The new amendment seeks to increase jurisdictions of the magisterial court to grant bail in relations to offenses listed in Part D of the first schedule. The magisterial court will have the ability to grant bail for possession of prohibited weapons and ammunition as listed in Section 30 of Chapter 213 of the Firearms Act. The unlawful shorting of guns offenses noted in the third schedule, and so on. Mr. Speaker, for many years, the topic of bail remained a sore issue, especially among magistrates. Our administration has confidence in the magisterial court as they are trained professionally, or as they are trained professionals who have witnessed the reformation of the judicial sector. This move has also been supported by the highest court in the country, as was noted by my colleague, the member for Yamacraw, as the previous restriction was viewed as counterproductive. Our administration now believes that with the new bail management system and the complementary restoration of the magisterial powers, the judicial system will significantly improve and become more efficient. The two coupled together will save precious time as matters presented at the summary level can be dealt with by a talented pool of individuals, many of whom go on to serve as Supreme Court and Appellate Court judges. Mr. Speaker, Clause 5 of the bill seeks to address long-standing concerns regarding surety and the bail system. Sureties are a critical component to the judicial sector, as they take on a legal obligation to ensure that the accused person, while on bail, will obey the law and return to court at the appointed time. There has been issues regarding surety's credibility and ability to be honest when assisting persons requesting and or on bail. Therefore, it was important to address this area in the new bail management system if the changes were to be significant. The noted clause will amend Section 13, subsection 2 of the Principal Act to require a surety to utilize the bail management system for the purpose of making his or her statutory declaration. In paragraph B, the words "utilize the bail management system to" will be inserted after the words "require the surety to." This too will replace the archaic paper-based registration, which the surety also used. This component provides another avenue to better regulate the bail process. The company that will be responsible for monitoring the system will have the ability to determine if a surety would have previously stood bail for another applicant, as the law doesn't support this act. The clause will also be supported by changes to Clause 7, which seeks to amend the second schedule of the Bail Act to require the surety to declare his or her national insurance number as part of his statutory obligation. This provision will provide for the tracking and identification of the sureties in the bail management system and ensure they are not supporting multiple persons. This new requirement will be presented by the insertion of a new paragraph that seeks that our national insurance numbers. This addition also ensures that the person assuming the surety are who they say they are. Mr. Speaker, Clause 6 of the bill seeks to amend Part B and C of the first schedule of the Principal Act. Part B, subsection 22, will insert the words "possession of dangerous drugs with the intent to supply." Meanwhile, Part C, "possession of dangerous drugs with intent to supply," will be deleted. This small but significant change will enable magisterial courts to grant bail in relation to the offense of possession of dangerous drugs with intent to supply. Again, this will support the restoration of the right to award bail by magistrates and allow the efficient processes of the judicial sector. The new bail management system, Mr. Speaker, will have an instantaneous impact on the judicial system. Often, decisions are made every day on granting of bail. And I am proud to say that in the vast majority of cases, the right decisions are made by competent magistrates. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'd like to have that South Andrews. Let it be known to those who believe that bail facilitates a revolving door for persons to commit offenses. Such is not the case. This system is not designed to allow easy access to bail, as clearly more serious offenses will be more difficult to obtain bail. This is because of the need to manage any risk associated with the liberty of the accused. The fact that a person does or does not get bail will not affect the final determination of guilt or innocence. That will, in the end, be made by a court of law. Let it be known that I fully support both bills. I second it. And may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And may God bless the people of the Bahamas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Seabreeze.
I am next. Because I have to go. We have about 5 more people to see. See what he said. I want to be 15 minutes.
Carry the podium. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
What? On that. Now, it's my time. Okay. Right after. You can speak after me. We're not opposed to the state. We up to 5. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by welcoming Golden Isles to our caucus. And he will no doubt be an active and meaningful member of this caucus. And he will be engaged for the skill set and that which he brings to nation building on this side. So I welcome you, Golden Isles. And we thank you for the confidence repose in the Progressive Party, its ideals, and its philosophies, and no doubt the leadership now of that organization. Mr. Speaker, before I speak to the bills, I pray that you and honorable members will indulge me for a few moments to offer a few brief personal remarks. It has been several weeks since I last attended this honorable house. My constituents and members of the public are entitled to a formal explanation. Mr. Speaker, as you know, by early August, 1 month after our borders were reopened, the COVID-19 virus was spreading rapidly throughout our island. This was not the case in many other countries. I point you to Barbados and other countries in our region, which have not experienced anything close to the scale of the outbreak we have seen and are now seeing here. Mr. Speaker, this spread in infections resulted in thousands of Bahamians contracting the virus over the past few months. Along with fellow parliamentarians and members of staff of this place, I was one of them. While each of us is unable to say specifically how we joined our fellow Bahamians as a dashboard statistic, the overall picture is clear. Our borders reopened despite what almost immediately became clear. The government had not used the many long months of curfew and lockdown to prepare properly. Today, I want to emphasize how crucial it is that the doctors and nurses on our front lines finally be heard and respected. They are asking for more resources. They tell us they need more testing, quicker results, faster tracing, more beds, and more staff. We owe them this much at least. Mr. Speaker, I lost some very dear friends and family members in the early days of the pandemic. In fact, I paid tribute to one of my dear friends, Dr. Judson Enos, who lost his life while trying to save others. The excellent doctors, nurses, and medical staff at Doctors Hospital provided me with expert, exceptional care when I needed it most. I've experienced up close how every single frontline worker in this pandemic embodies the best of us. These are the men and women to whom I owe my life. They have my heartfelt gratitude and deepest appreciation now and always. To my daughter, Philippa, herself an excellent physician who insisted that I finish my treatment with a mentor of hers in Atlanta, and to my daughter, Christina, a lawyer in Fort Lauderdale, who drove up to Atlanta with her husband and my grandson. They were there with me. And to my wife and all my children, spending time with all of you was the brightest of the silver linings. I thank you all. Mr. Speaker, there was not enough testing or tracing in place to stop a few cases from turning into a 2,000. This is what happened and what continues to happen. And yet the government appears to be doing nothing. Sorry.
Honorable member, the member for Bamboo Town, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo
Thank
Town.
the honorable member, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
On a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, let me say that as the Minister of Health, I can say categorically, Mr. Speaker, that we have dramatically increased the amount of testing that is currently going on in the country. Mr. Speaker, we have 2 Gen Expert machines donated by PAHO, both of which we have about nearly 2,000 plus cartridges, Mr. Speaker. One is at the PMH, one is in Grand Bahama, Mr. Speaker, we have what is called a Panther Fusion equipment that is at PMH, that is testing. Doctors Hospital greatly increased their testing capacity. The National Reference Lab, Mr. Speaker, when I became minister, we brought in an RNA extractor machine, Mr. Speaker, to remove from the overall testing process the manual requirements so that we can do it automatically. Mr. Speaker, we went from being able to do some nearly 300 tests in country in July to being able to do almost 1,000 tests a day in country. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, probably about 3 days ago, when we had 151 cases, that was as a result of 900 tests in one day. That is on the testing side. On the employment side, Mr. Speaker, we have about 71 junior nurses who would have passed out of the nursing program, who is currently in the system, Mr. Speaker, in health, working along with nurses. They've not yet passed their exam. I had a commitment from the nursing council that they would allow those nurses to take their exam. I wanted to see it happen at the end of September, Mr. Speaker. They are now going to be doing it November the 1st because they said that they wanted to give the nurses the same opportunities that they would have given other nurses in the past. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Health, we are in the process of sourcing nurses from the Philippines and from India. And Mr. Speaker, on the side of employment, Mr. Speaker, the government of the Bahamas is hiring, Mr. Speaker, the claim was made as minister in this place according to the rules, Mr. Speaker. I have a right to be able to speak to the issue. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am saying we have hired 29 out of the 33 SHOs. As a matter of fact, they are now SHOs because they've passed their exam. And we did that, Mr. Speaker, in the past 2 months. 29 new Bahamian doctors.
I am, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to hear the update given by the Minister of Health. Right? I'm happy to hear the update by the Minister of Health. But let me repeat what I said. There was not enough testing or tracing in place, my opinion. And I could deal with each thing that you had to say, but this is not the time for it. But I said there was not enough testing or tracing in place to stop a few cases from turning into a few thousand. When the borders opened, what was the number of cases? Today is over 4,000. It was not even, you understand what I'm saying? So that is the point I make. I don't want to get into statistics and go to your dashboard to speak to what I'm saying, but I'm just saying there was not enough testing or tracing in place to stop a few cases from turning into thousands, which we are now. This is what happened. And what continues to happen. Each day you're having an average of over 50. And yet the government appears to be doing nothing other than insisting that tourists come back soon. And this to me is baffling. And here is the test. If you want to know, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, if you want to know how well you're doing, you go to the positivity test.
Honorable Member for Cat Island. The chair recognizes Honorable Member for Michael on a point of order.
The honorable member, while I welcome him back, he just said the government appears to be doing nothing other than, that's the phrase he used. No, Mr. Speaker, if the member is to compliment our doctors and nurses the way he did, and if he is to compliment all of those hardworking persons there in the health service, he cannot say what he just said. And I know, Cat Island, I know you didn't mean to say that because you're insulting our doctors. You're insulting our nurses. You're insulting the hardworking people in our health infrastructure. And Mr. Speaker, I know that he doesn't mean to say that, and I know he's going to withdraw that.
To the political director, I don't speak to, and I hold on to what I said about the doctors, nurses, and our frontline workers. They are still crying for beds. From where they get the beds from, they're still to this day they're still crying for beds. who provides the resources for the bed? The political directorate, right? And if you talk about around the world, don't compare yourself around the world, right? Because insofar as around the world is concerned, we're in last place as to how we're dealing with it. I don't want to get into that, right? We're in last place. We are the worst off in the region in handling the COVID. And that's not me speaking, that's the world. If you want to know how well we are doing, Mr. Speaker, if you want to know how well we are doing, I ask you to do this. And don't ask me about it. Mr. Minister, if you want to know how well we're doing, look at what I call the positivity rate. The World Health Organization speaks to that you have it under control when it is 5%. Right, we are over 20% according to your medical team.
The chair recognizes Golden Gates on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. The honorable member just now said that this country is doing the worst in the Caribbean in regard to COVID-19. Unless the member can produce evidence of that, Mr. Speaker, he needs to withdraw that, sir. He needs to withdraw that.
Honorable member for Cat Island, Ramkey, and San Salvador.
We'll pull it up right now. But out of 184, we are ranked 184. We'll pull it up for you right now. And you know it yourself. Right? So, Mr. Speaker, we don't have to argue that. It is out there for you to say. Mr. Speaker, what I say to the minister, Mr. Smith, what I'm saying is let us look at what I call the positivity rate. And perhaps that should be a part of your dashboard. What is our positivity rate? That tells us from the political direction how we're handling it. See, when the nurses and doctors cry for personal equipment, that's what I'm talking about, right? Now, Mr. Speaker, I'll say it, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Down on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, again, the member, I would say as an engineer and scientist, Mr. Speaker, statistics are interesting things. And we can all look at particular statistics and use them to make our point. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that we can look at other statistics, which speaks to how well it is we are doing. And the member for Cat Island spoke about the wonderful work, and it was reiterated by the member for Carmichael that is being done by our health professionals. Mr. Speaker, we have in this country a 2.3% fatality rate for COVID-19. When you look at that, Mr. Speaker, that is in the top tier of the 1% globally. The rate goes from anywhere from 0.1% to about 20%. And it speaks to your capacity in the healthcare system to be able to deal with those persons presenting with COVID-19. The member for Cat Island spoke about our bed capacity. And yes, in July, Mr. Speaker, and during the first wave, we were challenged. During the second wave, Mr. Speaker, we've added almost 10 beds plus out at Doctors Hospital West. We've added 20 beds at South Beach Health Center. We've added an additional 10 to 15 beds in Grand Bahama. And Mr. Speaker, within a week or two, we are going to have 2 wards completed in PMH. With additional beds, maybe 30 additional beds to be able to address our issues. Mr. Speaker, are we challenged? Are we challenged? Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are. But in the midst of that challenge, Mr. Speaker, the healthcare workers and the government of this Bahamas has risen to that challenge to meet this enemy point on.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say this. There will be, I hear the minister, but there will be other moments when we will be able to review in detail the serious errors that I suggest that the government made, in particular the company authority. But for now, let me just say that I'm deeply concerned. Because just yesterday, for example, Mr. Speaker, the member for Elizabeth, the former Minister of Health, appeared in an interview to say that he fears the virus is now completely out of control. That's the former Minister of Health. Right? He's a medical doctor as well. He's in the trenches now as well. You understand, Mr. Speaker? That's why I continue to be deeply concerned. As long as the virus continues to spread, our people and our economy will remain in crisis. So it is imperative that the government learn from past mistakes. We can do much better than this. We must do much better than this. All our lives depend on it. Whether you take that seriously or not. Thank you very much. To the many hundreds, Mr. Speaker, and possibly thousands of the head who contacted me from Cat Island, from Kingston, Salvador, and virtually every major island throughout our nation. Your care, your concern is something I shall never forget, and I will always cherish. If ever there were moments of fear or doubt, please know that your prayers and well wishes uplifted and brought healing to me and my family. And I thank you all very much. Truly, Mr. Speaker, God is a good God, and I am blessed. Speaker, I mean, just now, thank you for allowing me that personal moment of reflection, despite the fact that the other side seemed to
Honorable member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I note that the member is moving on, and the member said, Mr. Speaker, in response to my point of order, he said that he will produce the evidence.
Okay,
That's what he said, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the floor, sir.
Right.
I have the floor. I'm speaking, sir. Both of us cannot speak at the same time, Mr. Speaker. No, yeah, but may I finish though? Yes, I can give you a second. Mr. Speaker, since I spoke.
Let the man.
Mr. Speaker, yeah, I come here.
Honorable member, let the member for Golden
Yes.
Gates.
Because Mr. Speaker, after I raised the point of order, when a good member said that we are the worst in the region, he went further and he said that we are the worst of 184 countries and we are the 184th. That's what he said further. That's what he said.
The chair recognizes Cat Island.
In the region, we are the worst. In the world, out of 184 countries, we are 183rd. And that is from the GCI report. I have it here.
What is the DCI report, honorable member?
GCI. This is the.
Just give the source.
It says computer is trying to get it for me. That's right. You want this? I can show it to you. You want to see it? They know. Why you think they're not arguing me? They know. They know. This is the global. It's the global COVID index, right? And they explain their methodology. Anyone can just Google it, COVID-19, PEMADU.org, and it gives you all that statistics, listing all the countries that you could see. You see 184 countries listed, and you can see that we are 183rd. Should I repeat that? The global COVID index. That's right. Right. No, I'm not celebrating. Why am I going to celebrate with that? He raised the question. I was making a point, all right? And I don't celebrate that. I am troubled and I'm concerned. I'm troubled and concerned. Having gone through it, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes.
If I may now.
On a point of order.
Cat Island, the member for Cat Island, who is so happy to have back here today, and he's very exuberant. If he was so troubled when he was invited by the leader of this party to come to a meeting so that we can craft plans on how we can assist in dealing with this pandemic, he would have come. He didn't come. He refused to come. We offer him all the time to come so that we could be solution. Right here, I can get the records. He says, "How do you come?" You're right here. You're right, and Exuma was here. Exuma came to the meeting. Right here, the leader for government, the Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, invited. So we're bringing the experts, Dr. Dal Regis and all these persons, and invite him to come. We're now in a crisis. This country is, we can be distinguished from other countries. When you look at the climate crisis, Mr. Speaker, compared to America, when you compare what happened to Abaco and Grand Bahama, per capita, you can almost say like 5 states in America was if you compare them, was totally destroyed. Economic crisis. COVID-19. We want to work together. The next time, since he has all this passion, come to the meeting, sit with the Prime Minister, sit with Dr. Dal Regis, who is the strategic head of this of our strategy, and let's come up with solutions. But coming back here for the first day and saying, "Oh, you're the wolf, you're the this, you're the that," it's almost like a celebratory dance when people are losing their lives. Do better than that.
Honorable members, just a moment, honorable member, just a moment. We are at the 1 o'clock hour. Honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the business of this House continues beyond 1 p.m. today.
Is there a seconder? Honorable member, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do extend beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The business of this House will extend beyond the 1 p.m. hour. The chair recognizes Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. Honorable Member, the chair recognizes Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. Honorable members, this matter is not before the House.
Right. Thank you.
I was extending some liberty,
And I appreciated that.
because the
And I
member,
thank you.
I believe,
And I thank you for that, Speaker.
having had an experience, should be allowed to present on this matter. But I believe we have exhausted this for the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will just
Honorable member,
Speaker.
honorable member, honorable member.
No, I'm not yet. No, I'm not. I'm not.
The chair recognizes honorable member for Cat Island. Cat Island, continue.
Speaker, I just, Mr. Speaker, I'll just respond just to the invitation. I will just ask the member, right? He ought not to get into what I call big people business, right? He should not get, the Prime Minister and he understand, and he know why I didn't attend, and he understand why, and he knows what the position is. And so I move on, Mr. Speaker. I just say,
Move on. Honorable members, we're moving on. We are moving.
I mean, you just get back and you come with the same thing that is down East Alabama for.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking. It's been my. See now, you getting big. You getting big because just between me and my cousin. Me and my cousin talking now. This be my cousin. I wasn't talking to him. Get out of my. Mr. Can't get out me, Mr. Cousin.
Honorable members, honorable members.
Everybody in there get elected.
The member for Golden Gates is offended by the reference to him.
I wasn't speaking to Mr. Speaker. Nor was I talking about him.
But honorable member,
As I said, I was talking.
we had an issue with that last week. That is not proper.
Well, it's not proper. Well, I was just saying to my cousin that he ought not to get between the leader of the opposition business and the Prime Minister business. That's all I meant.
So,
and I think
you withdraw.
it's withdrawn. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member.
So it's withdrawn.
Let's proceed.
I was saying to him that the Prime Minister and I.
Honorable members, don't carry it any further. Let us move on. Let us move on.
They don't feed us no more, you know.
No?
Let's get out and fight. My plane was done 3 hours late.
So, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker,
let us
let me
proceed.
just say that the two bills that's before us for debate has no objection from the part of the opposition. We understand, firstly, in respect to the jurors bill, it is really designed to bring in line murder that not carries the death penalty with all other serious offenses in the penal code. So we have no objection to moving it from all jurors being required to bring a guilty verdict to a majority verdict, as is now obtained in the law. And so I think that's the extent of the amendment, with the other consequential amendments that came as a result of what I call the principal amendment. In respect to the Bail Act, and Speaker, just some observations I have in respect to how how the system appears to be drifting away from two cardinal principles. And I do thank the member from Yamacraw for reiterating the cardinal principles of what I call our fundamental rights, and how sacred they are to democracy. And those fundamental rights include, one, the presumption of innocence, and also the liberty of the subject. And it really appears, and there has been a move away from, I think, what I call the presumption of innocence. And sometimes it becomes confusing because the liberty of the subject is very often compromised because the thought of the presumption of innocence is not paramount in the minds of those who are administering the law. That's from police officers to all stakeholders of the law. An example, persons are arraigned, and then they're remanded, subject to a bail hearing. And the time from arraignment to the actual hearing of a bail application, to when the person is eventually released on bail, sometimes take up to 2 weeks and more, I'm advised. Well, that's again, you have someone, his liberty has been taken away from him whilst he is seeking to be free to defend himself. You know, what was a very welcoming intervention in the concept of the liberty of subject is when some years ago, in an effort to attack the backlog of our cases, both civil and criminal, one or two judges were recruited from Australia. One of those judges, I can't remember his name now, but every morning he started his court, whether on the civil side or the criminal side, the first questions he asked, are there any issues relating to the liberty of the subject? Every time he started his court, whether he was on the civil side or the criminal side, that question was asked. Are there any issues, anyone before him, or any issues relating to the liberty of the subject? That's how dear that issue obtains in Australia and in our democracy. Right? But there's this tendency to put the presumption on persons. There's a presumption of guilt almost now for the persons. In respect to bail, the presumption is that a person is entitled to go to bail. He's entitled to that bail. And he should be getting it not 2 weeks after he's arraigned, but it should be dealt with as quickly as possible. And the truth of the matter is, games are played very often. Games are played. Those are persons who've been practicing in the criminal court. They'll ask you, well, you call a police officer, he's not available. You call this one, he's not available. And then sometimes everything waits until late at evening, and then it's too late to get the person out. There are a lot of games that's been played. That's because I think there has to be more sensitivity imbued in the persons who are dealing with these matters. And so I just make those observations in respect to the issue of the bail so that we become more sensitive to it. And I sense that we are now moving to that, having regard to some of the observations that was referred to by the member for Yamacraw in reading those several judgments from the Chief Justice. And so we who are here, right, and that has to permeate throughout all the system. Those observations on the issue of the subject, and those persons who are charged, ought to permeate through the system to ensure that what our chief justices have said is understood by all and sundry. That also requires perhaps the people who are dealing with it, the administrators, those who are doing the administration, to understand and be sensitive to those things as well. And again, I note that the amendments to the bill is introducing a new system, which they call, let me get the name correct, a bail management system, which is supposed to be, it appears that it's going to be an electronic system to assist in the monitoring of persons who are out on bail. Now, I'm just wondering whether this is to replace what I call the ankle bracelet system. And if it is not, then how are they, so you're going to have this duplication of service in respect to the monitoring and or the tracking of persons on bail. So that's the question I have to ask. The other point I wish to point out here is the requirement, the amendments requires all persons on bail to be monitored in some way by this bail management system. Now, there will be persons who are charged with very minor offenses, like obscene language, who might be on bail. Very minor, what I call summary offenses. Would this apply to them as well? And if it does, is that a necessary initiative to have persons, or if there's another added bureaucracy that's going to add more challenges to your system, right? And perhaps one should consider sort of caring those persons who ought to be on the system, as opposed to just having it blanketly cover all offenses, because there will be small minor offenses. The fellow was charged with obscene language for cussing somebody. You put him on bail, so he now, the other aspect of this that I point out, then he's required to register with the system. So the onus is shift to him to register with the system. I would have thought that the system being managed by the state and the system being the state's system, that the burden ought to be on the state to ensure that the person is registered on the system. Don't transfer the burden to the person on bail, because it could fall through the crack with him. Before he's released on bail, the information should be had, and then he go. But if he's on bail and then you expect him to come back to go register on the system, it could fall through the crack. So I would wish that perhaps I note that there's going to be an amendment to this section that in its original form, and that amendment speaks to the rules being made under the Supreme Court Act to govern the situation. And I wish that consideration be given in those rules to those observations I make, that perhaps you would want to introduce a tier system so that it doesn't cover all offenses or all persons on bail. And then perhaps that do not reversing what I call the burden on the person charged to be registered to the system. As I said, it's state-owned, state-operated. The state ought to, as soon as a magistrate or a judge put somebody on bail, just automatically have that person registered in the system, as opposed to putting that burden on the accused person or the person that's being left on bail. I welcome the alleviation of work in the Supreme Court. I never understood why, in the first place, that we took away the the discretion to grant bail in the magistrate's court in some of these cases. One has to go to Supreme Court. Again, that also doesn't speak to the sensitivity of the liberty of the subject, because by the time you are arraigned before magistrate court, then you have to go and you have to prepare their documents to go to Supreme Court. And again, in a lot of jurisdictions, bail is a matter that's very informal. Sometimes people will just write a letter, but we have this complicated, sophisticated system where a person is required to do an affidavit, do a summons, and all of these things. And again, we ought to consider to make this less formal than it is, to get easy, quick access to judges, because they can hear the witness or hear the evidence and deal with it. And so again, I trust that in making up the rules, these matters could be taken into account. And as I said, I welcome that, because again, just as we clogged the be gone now. Yeah, come back to that. So Mr. Speaker, we support the amendment to the Bail Act, but I invite the government to consider in the making of rules of the observations I've made in respect to switching the burden back to the state and ensuring persons are registered. And I welcome, as I said, the alleviation of the problems clogging the Supreme Court with having to deal with these bail matters, which also does not speak well to the liberty of the subject. Person wants to get all the formality that one has to go to the Supreme Court for bail, and then you have to find a lawyer in the AG's office who will be able to come down again. Yes, I welcome it. Yeah, welcome it. Yeah, welcome. And I also giving some of the other issues related to the bail because of what I call the sometimes insensitivity to those who are involved on the state side to the person's liberty when they deal with those matters. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I said, we have no issues with the bail. And I said in due course, we'll come back. Now, I just got a note that, member of the Yamacore indicated that I'm in some celebratory mood and a celebratory dance. They said, Mr. Speaker, he's not here. Well, that's unfortunate that he would characterize that. I'm not in a celebratory mood. I am troubled. As I indicated, I will come back to talk about some of the issues relating to the COVID issues. Right? We can speak a lot about it. If you examine all the dashboards each day, it speaks to where we are. And I'm speaking because I'm concerned. And despite the fact they say my interventions over the last several months of this was not criticism, but questions that were not being answered. And I keep asking the question. We'll continue to ask the question. Now, those questions, of course, the answers lie there, but they're not being transparent in that regard. We'll come back to that at the appropriate time. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I want to thank my constituents for their love, support, my family for love and support that they gave, and the prayers that went up for my health, and I thank the nation for that. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Sea Breeze.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise again for a few moments in this House to support the two bills that are before us. I, first of all, Mr. Speaker, would like to take this opportunity to thank God for his keeping power and allowing me to be here, another opportunity. just over our third year in office. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the good people of Seabreeze for continuing their confidence in me to serve as their member of parliament for the Seabreeze constituency. And Mr. Speaker, just so I don't have to say it at the end, I just want to remind the constituency that the virtual award ceremony will be held the virtual award ceremony for the students of Seabreeze will be held at 6 p.m. this Friday at 6 p.m. You can tune into the YouTube channel, go to the Seabreeze Facebook page, and you will watch the virtual award ceremony we put together to acknowledge the good work of students for the year 2019-2020. Certainly, I'm proud of them, and I want to congratulate them for their outstanding achievements during the last academic year. Mr. Speaker, there is a compendium of bills that are before us that affect the judicial system. And that system serves to protect us and to uphold the rights of individuals. The judiciary is the third arm of government, and under the separation of powers doctrine, they are to function independently, similar, Mr. Speaker, to the legislature as you would have outlined earlier this morning. The amendments to the Juries Act and the bill to the Juries Act, Mr. Speaker, and the Bail Act are designed to ensure this essential arm of government, that is the judiciary, is empowered to operate more efficiently and effectively. So that is my overall view of why we're debating today, to bring further efficiency and effectiveness to the judicial process that protects the rights of individuals. I note, Mr. Speaker, before I speak substantively on the compendium of bills, the IDB report recently released indicating that the Bahamas is among the highest in terms of incarceration rates. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is a matter that we ought to focus on as a country, to do our research to determine why this phenomenon exists and how we can sort of curb this kind of report and experience. And so I think the report is telling, and I believe that we all should have a good read of that report. It's very, very serious when we speak about the liberties of individuals and they being taken away. We ought to assess why, how, to the extent that it is done, and how we can address the matter, because the ultimate goal is people ought to be free if they can be free, and if they should not be locked up or locked away. Just, Mr. Speaker, again, coming off from Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, certainly I want to state that I support all of the speakers before me, Mr. Member for Yamacraw, Member for Mount Moriah, who really laid the foundation of what the compendium of bills are all about. But in terms of the remarks made by Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, certainly as my senior in the law, I was just concerned to hear about the burden as it relates to bail. And from my understanding, the burden of a bail application remains on the applicant, which is the defendant. And so this system that is being implemented to bring more efficacy to the bail process, it simply is an additional burden to a great extent, but it doesn't shift any burden. The burden remains on the applicant. And so I just wanted to sort of clarify that, even if from my understanding that we're not shifting a burden, in fact. And then, Mr. Speaker, I think, so those are the two preliminary points I wanted to make. But Mr. Speaker, just very quickly, so bail is a surety, as many would know. It's an assurance, and it serves the purpose, a number of purposes, but two I'll point out. And the surety aspect of it is that it is an assurance to ensure that the defendant returns for the future court appearance. And then secondly, and significantly, it is a pretrial restriction. So it ensures that the person charged is restricted in terms of their location, or perhaps in terms of their movement, and to ensure that they are in place to answer the charges based on the criteria set under the law. So there are two purposes of the amendments before us, as my colleagues have indicated. And one fundamentally is to restore powers to the magistrate to grant bail in specific circumstances. And secondly, to improve the efficacy of the bail system through a technologically advanced bail management system. Mr. Speaker, this, of course, is forward thinking and forward moving. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, it is to make a difference and bring the necessary and good change in the lives of the people of the Bahamas, and certainly those that would be affected by bail applications and the bail system. Just very briefly, the philosophy behind bail is that it is considered a vehicle of natural justice. All right, so it ensures that presumption, I think Cat Island and Rumkey raised, which is correct, the presumption that the person they ought to be free and they ought to be considered innocent unless it has been proven through an established court of law and system that they are in fact guilty. And so it also serves then to as a provision to protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of an individual. And so some of those things are concerning the philosophical position of law, of bail, and why it exists and how it exists in the system that we have. It is based on the presumption of an accused innocence. One is presumed innocent until he or she is proven guilty. Ordinarily, if a person is not charged with an indictable offense or various serious offenses such as murder, they would have that opportunity to make a bail application. With bail, once that application is granted, the defendant is released from custody pending trial. It is a balancing act, and I think that's important for us to appreciate and for the public to appreciate when it comes to bail. It is a balancing act for the judiciary and certainly the judicial system. As they seek to protect the liberties of an individual, they also seek to protect the rights of victims or persons who are accusing the individual. So we're trying to protect both sets of rights, and at the end of the day, we're trying to ensure that justice is served. And so we're here today debating this bill that touches people, that touches their liberty, because this government finds that is significant to our commitment as a government for and on behalf of the people. So no state wishes to keep someone behind bars until their matter is decided in court. And on that note, I think it's very important, again, that we do some research, not necessarily wait on the IDB, to look at the number of individuals on remand, why they're on remand so long. What are the challenges with addressing remand? Because it certainly does not help that people are there on remand. These are individuals, again, who are innocent until proven guilty. Why are they serving 2 years, 3 years? I understand some persons have been there 5 years. So certainly that is unacceptable. But what we are trying to do is bring efficiency, bring effectiveness and better working to that system. And so I want to applaud the good Attorney General and the Attorney General's office for the work they're doing in this regard and for this step, I say, in the right direction. Significantly, though, it's very important, I think, for us to appreciate that there is no automatic right to bail. That's the law. Okay, but there is a presumption in favor of bail. So it means that it's presumed that you haven't done anything or you're not guilty. It's presumed that you have a right to your liberty unless and until something is proved to the contrary or otherwise. But there is only a presumption. There is no right to bail. And so in terms of the magistrate's court, and that's going to be tied to the next bill I'm going to speak on very, very quickly. But the magistrates' court, they are subject as creatures of statute to the Bail Act. And so that's why we're making the adjustments here. And so that the magistrates are further empowered to do that which is necessary to ensure those cases that where bail can be made readily available and granted, they are able to do just that. And so in terms of bail and the Supreme Court system, we recognize that is subject to ultimately the inherent jurisdiction of the court. And so on those two backdrop. However, the justice system, it's important to note they have a vested interest to ensure a defendant returns to court when required. And so really that's what the bail is all about. The judge or whoever is in charge of that case, the magistrate, they want to ensure that justice is served, justice, it is seen to be done, it appears to be done, and all understand that while we're protecting your rights, we're protecting the rights of the other person. So these amendments before us, Certainly, I would conclude to say to ensure persons on bail register with the bail management system. And this is certainly forward thinking and forward moving. That's just the way I see it. I don't see it. It is certainly an extra burden, but it is a burden that I believe is worth it, so that we can properly trace and track and monitor and measure how well a bail system is working. And I believe that what we ought to do is make these technological advancements work for us, not against us. All right. And so persons ought to be held accountable to a great extent, not just because your aunt signed for you, your brother signed for you. Because if you don't show up, then they're going to be held accountable. But no, you have a responsibility, a direct responsibility to ensure that you are registered, to ensure your biometrics is done, and it holds all of us accountable. And so we don't have the wrong person. We have a proper tracking system. And so it works together, to my mind, to bring that efficiency that I'm talking about and the effectiveness of the bail system. And certainly it brings us to the current technological age. And that's what's important. It is a condition to bail, and so it is mandatory. And I think that's what's important to appreciate in this management system, this bail management system. Persons must understand, and I think it's very important for us to explain these things to the defendants who have a right to know and to understand when we're implementing new sort of systems that affect and touch and concern their rights. And so this is going to be, once passed, this requirement is going to be mandatory, and it remains a burden of the accused. And so you've always had that burden as an accused. If you're accused of something, that means there was sufficient to charge you. You were charged in a court of law. What's important to understand is that there is now a further restriction, because we realize that we do have some challenges in terms of the bail system and other factors. And so all we're trying to do is fix that. And if you don't want to get caught in that net, so to speak, stay clear of the law. Do the things that are right. Do it the right way. All right. And so the biometrics fingerprint data is required as the further mechanism to ensure the defendant appears to account for the charges. That means we don't look for you to get away. We look for you to account. That's what kind of system we are creating. And so it's building that strong structure that the people can have their trust in, they can rely on, and they can believe in. So this amendment is an alignment, to my mind, with the substantive Bail Act and its purpose, with the philosophy of bail, with the history that comes with it. It's simply an alignment with that. And so we're just bringing those restrictions in terms of relevance and the day and time what we are dealing with, in terms of technology, in terms of the amount of cases or the before the court. So we need a better system that works. Relying only on human input, it's not sufficient in this day and time. And so I certainly commend the judiciary. I commend the justice system and the Attorney General's office for making this move. It is to restore powers also, that second point, to the magistrates to grant bail in specific circumstances. I believe that it was not a good decision, in my observation, during the time I sat in the Senate, and I think it was done by the former administration. I don't think that it was a wise decision to take away the powers of the magistrate to grant bail. Anyone that's going to be that you have to stand before and they're able to charge you, they should be able to hear, while you hear the charges of one individual, you hear my side. And if you're protecting both sides, you should have that power to allow me to have my liberty where you believe and you appreciate that I will return and answer that charge. And so this is good. Again, it's in alignment with the Balancing Act. It's in alignment with the fundamentals and freedoms of the individual. It is in alignment with justice. And so I certainly support it. This initiative strengthens the judicial system's ability to ensure that justice is administered by the most effective and efficient means possible. And so that bill, Mr. Speaker, Seabreeze fully supports and encourages that the Attorney General's office and judicial system continues to come up with innovative solutions to the challenges that we face in our judicial system and administration. I now turn very quickly and very briefly to the Jury's Amendment Bill 2018. Mr. Speaker, the jury system is, and again, we're back to natural justice, and what we're trying to do here is to build efficiency and effectiveness of the system. So that system is built on the philosophy of natural justice and fairness. The goal of the jury system is to create a trial that includes the accused person's peers in the community. We're not taking that away. We understand that that is a fundamental aspect of law, that is a part of the protection of rights of individuals. And so we're just ensuring that that system works more efficiently to the betterment of our country and to the better serving of justice. The jury fulfills a very important function in the legal system. They decide issues of fact while the judge decides issues of law. So the jury decides issues of fact. All right. And so a jury is sworn in, is a sworn in body of people convened to render an impartial verdict. And so these are people we trust to hear the case. They're independent of it, and they're just going to hear the facts. And from a natural standpoint, being a regular person on the street standpoint, they are going to be fair and say, hey, I believe based on the facts that was done, based on the facts that was not done. And so it's a real, I think it's a very good system that we have in terms of the judge of facts and judge of laws. And so this legislation is about efficiency. As the last one. And this one as well, the jury's amendment bill serves fundamentally two purposes as well. One is to change in every trial for an offense to which the penalty of death is provided for by law, the jury will be 12, and in every other trial, the jury shall consist of 9 persons. That's the first change. And so again, the system of the jury system remains intact. We're strengthening that system that we can deliver justice more expeditiously and more with efficacy. And then secondly, mandatory, the next purpose of this bill is to consider the mandatory death penalty. The fact is that is no longer applicable. I think the member of parliament for Yamacraw indicated 1 or 2 Privy Council cases, which indicates that, and that's our ultimate court, which is the Privy Council. And so based on the guidance of the Privy Council, so we now need to adjust. We now need to amend. And that's what this amendment is all about. It's based on the information that we have. It's based on the law. And so it is what we ought to do. It is in alignment with what the legislature ought to be doing concerning laws. And so we're making this amendment based on the laws, based on the ultimate law handed down and the case law from the Privy Council. And so we're removing the word affixed, because we cannot have a fixed mandatory death penalty anymore. That's what the law now is. And so we have to adjust our legislation, our local legislation, to comply with that, so we're all on one accord and at the end of the day. So this recommendation is based on the case of Forrester and Bowe and Toronto Davis. While the death sentence is the maximum penalty, the ultimate thing we are coming in alignment with is that it's not the only penalty. And so that is what is important. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very fundamental what is being done here. While it's fundamental, it's effective, it's efficient, and it is serving the purpose of strengthening the justice system to the benefit of and to ensure justice for the people that seek to be protected by it. And so I commend this government, and certainly, as I said before, the judiciary and the Attorney General's office for ensuring such a bill comes forward for the people of the Bahamas. Seabreeze certainly supports both bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Osmani. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Centerville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. I would think, yeah. This brief is brief. I think you know if I say something, that's what I mean. Brief. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, like I indicated before, I'd be very brief, as this is just an amendment to an original bail act, and also an amendment to the Juries Act. And these are amendment bills. I'd like to, first of all, welcome Cat Island and Rumkey back into the House of Assembly, as we would have prayed for his speedy recovery. And I always, I almost had a thumbs up award for him, because, once he always You know, he always recognizes that it's important to have as many involved in the process as possible. You know, and I say that, Mr. Speaker, because I wanted to acknowledge your committee members. And it was Cat Island that said, you know, independent, I should be on one of those committees. And so I'm looking forward to speaking with him, as you had indicated, in terms of which committee may be best for Centerville to serve on. So we always appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate you, 291 years, and your admonishment of the way that the this institution and its democracy should work. And so I appreciate all of the words you say, and I second them, by the way. So we will continue to enhance public trust within institutions of democracy, and I think we're moving in the right direction. I also wanted to make mention of a presentation the former member for Fox Hill and now Senator Fred Mitchell would have done. I think it was 2015 as he seconded the jury's amendment bill when they were considering the Parliamentary Commission as being a part of the process. And it was a YouTube presentation. And we will post that on Centerville's Facebook page because it was profound, Mr. Speaker. It spoke of civil responsibility and our awareness from the very point of registering and becoming a part of the voters register. And through becoming a part of the voting process or registering, we then are part of the bigger picture, which is becoming a jury member. And from that jury, we are now in a position where we are part of identifying with our civil responsibility and becoming more aware of how we all fit into this big picture in terms of the protection of our people, the rights of our people, and the civil liberties of our people. And so I was really, thought that particular YouTube video was quite educational and definitely brought a sense of awareness to me as far as the jury process is concerned. Centerville, Mr. Speaker, you know, the things that would come to our mind, I mean, I'm really appreciative of all of the attorneys that would have spoken prior, because of course I'm not an attorney, and so I will only speak to Centerville and how this, or educating people in Centerville on these change in terms of bail, jury, remand, etc., is very important. Some spoke of jury privacy and protection, you know, as an issue for them, and this is why they do not register, because they don't want to be a part of the jury in some cases. And we have to get to a point where the education is sufficient and where persons are made aware how important this responsibility is to civil society. The recommendations that are brought forward in terms of the magistrate having that authority in terms of bail, as well as the bail management system, as well as like the Seabury sort of mentioned, the challenges that are addressing in terms of addressing remand. I think all of it still needs more education. I mean, I'm educated every day in terms of these processes, especially when it comes to the judicial system. So I could appreciate that. Crime, Mr. Speaker, is and has become a way of life, and we, you know, in our community, you know, most families, you know, we become indebted to attorneys, to the judicial system in terms of costs, because we're unable to afford to pay for the services of a dynamic attorney or what have you. And I think we need to extend this education process to so that our people know where they can go. Because a lot of the costs of these cases has not only indebted individuals, but have indebted families and indebted communities and people who are still paying for legal services 10, 15 years, just piece. And this environment in particular, where we have a COVID environment where economics is challenged, it's also another situation. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, the Citizen Security and Justice Program, that was a program that I think came about some years ago. It's an IDB loan, $20 million. And I think the challenges I think that was geared towards efficiency and the effectiveness of the judicial system as well as our at-risk youth. However, I'd like us to pay more attention to educating our people, our communities of the big picture and why it's important for them to embrace their civil responsibility with regard to the judicial system and the judicial process. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to use that opportunity to bring some more awareness to the Centerville constituency in terms of what we are doing in the House today, which is amending the Juries Act. Of course, we have no problem with a unanimous vote versus a majority vote with death penalty versus a lesser penalty. We have no issue with the bail management system. We just want the system to sustain itself or to be sustainable. We just don't want a system that's put in law, but there's no real implementation of that system. And so, having said that, like I said, there's no real issues we have. We just would like to see more of a measurement process in terms of the impact of these amendments. And hopefully in the future, Mr. Speaker, we would see, especially when it comes to situations where civil liberties are at stake, we would see more bills presented to the House along with regulations. And I think that would help us to get it trickled down into our society in terms of what rules we'll be following, what are the guidelines, and especially if there are policy matters as it relates to the administration that is in place at that time. Once again, I want to say thank you. I appreciate everything that you would have said earlier today, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the impact of committees in terms of the House rules. As you know, I've been advocating that for the past 3 years, and just the very essence of having those reports, the very impact of having those reports brought to the House is in itself a huge step in terms of bringing our parliament, our people, to a place that I think where you know and I know we can be. And so thank you very much, and Centerville supports the amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to risk the ire of my colleagues, but I shall not be long. South Beach. Speaker, let me begin by welcoming the leader of the opposition back. I have frequently said that he's my friend, and I wish him well in his health. I wish that that he is healthy, as I wish for all of my colleagues to be healthy. So I welcome you back. In fact, leader, to celebrate your return, I found 2 big whistles. I got a red one and a green one. No yellow whistles over here. No yellow whistles. I got the real whistles. The second thing I want to do, Mr. Speaker, is thank the member, my colleague from South Beach, for Steve Rees for being so kind in sharing our remarks about the Golden Girls in the Sydney Olympics and presenting me with a face mask, which I will cherish. I want to say one thing about the Sydney Olympics, Mr. Speaker, which are recorded as being the greatest Olympics in history. And that is the effect that sports has. We often hear a leader of the opposition bragging about his prowess in sports. The effect that sports has, the discipline and the leadership skills that sports brings out in people. So, Mr. Speaker, to my left was the captain of the Sydney Olympic team. The man who ran the 100 meters, 200 meters, and relay. That is the member for Bamboo Town. In fact, Mr. Speaker, he led the men's relay off. He is the first runner. Another member of the cabinet who's not here, the member for Central Grand Bahama, ran the third leg on that relay. So we have sitting in the cabinet 2 members of that Olympic relay team. And I'm not speaking about the other people, distinguished athletes in this parliament. That ought to tell our young people, aside from all the achievements of our wonderful Golden Girls, the discipline, the leadership skills that come from wholesome discipline, involvement in sports.
Yeah.
As you know personally, sir, from your involvement in sports.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to, I want to make sure that people I gave a hard time to at some stage are able to forgive me. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, the story behind that is that they were sent to a training camp in France.
France.
And they were told, if you don't break the national record, you're not going to the Olympics.
Yep.
And they broke the national record on the men's 4x1 relay. That's how they went to the Olympic team. Speaker, let me turn to the bill. I want to commend the government for bringing these bills in a very timely manner. And I want to briefly just speak about both of them. Just so that there's no confusion, I want to thank the member for Centerville because he raised a number of issues. He said it's important for us to educate people when we're discussing these things. And he says there must be a process of measuring what happens in the process when we're in Parliament. And I commend him for that. The only thing that I'm a little with him is that we can't bring the regulations right away because once the legislation is passed, then we write the legislation based on the regulations based on a number of factors that come up. That's why they don't come immediately. But you were right on with those first 2 points. And I thank you for making those points. Mr. Speaker, what the Juries Amendment Act does is very simple. In 2011, we had to come to this Parliament and we had to amend the law with respect to juries in cases of murder. And those of us, such as yourself, who practice at the bar will recall that from time immemorial, the sentence for murder was death. And nobody questioned it. But the Privy Council said death penalty for murder is not automatic. And the government had to rush here and create 2 categories of murder. The first category of murder included persons, if you murdered someone who was part of a disciplined force, who was acting in the execution of his duties, or if you murdered someone who was a judicial officer acting in the execution of his duties, or if you murdered someone because he's a witness in a case, or if you murdered someone because he's a juror, or if you murdered someone in the case of rape, robbery, kidnapping, etc., while they were going on, or if you murdered more than one person, then you could be liable to the death penalty. And then in all the other cases of murder, you'd be subject to life imprisonment. So they were the situations that the government had to deal with. When government did that, there's a provision had to be made with respect to the Jurors Act. And what happened was, in all cases of murder, you must still have a panel of 12 jurors. Now, it made sense. Thank you, Cat Island. Now, the complication is that in death penalty cases, you must have, to find someone guilty of murder, you must have a unanimous verdict of 12 persons. So you have to have a unanimous verdict. But in other cases, you can have a majority verdict of 6. The problem came about, and why we're here today, is that if you have a jury of 12 for a non-death penalty murder case, 6 can't be a majority. 6, if you have a jury, if you have 6 people say that someone is guilty and 6 people say that someone is innocent, then that means that they've not the presumption of innocence, but that person still exists because you have 6-6. And so what had to happen now is that we're changing it so that with those non-death penalty cases of murder, where someone can be subject to life imprisonment, you can have a jury of 9 persons. And then you can have a majority verdict of 6. And that's the simplest way that I can explain it so that we can all appreciate what we're really doing here today. The second thing that I want to touch on is this issue with respect to bail. I want to thank the member for Cat Island for discussing his reservations with respect to the Bail Act with me prior to him saying it. And for a minute there, I thought that he was on solid grounds with it. I understand what he says about the presumption of innocence and the liberty of the subject and individual rights, paying some cardinal principles. But what happens here is that those are the cardinal principles at a trial. When one is dealing with bail, you're dealing with the issue of protection of the public at large. And that is the overriding principle. And so the critical aspect of bail, and if you look in the legislation, you'll see going back to the case of, I remember as a young lawyer over 30 years ago arguing bail cases to the Attorney General's office and objecting. There's an old case called Phillips. A lot of the things that are in Phillips are now in the legislation. So when someone is being considered for bail, the considerations that the court looks at is, first of all, whether they would fail to surrender to custody or fail to return for trial, or whether they're likely to commit an offense while they're on bail, or whether they're likely to interfere with witnesses or otherwise obstruct the course of justice, or whether they should be kept in custody for their own protection or well-being, or whether they have previously committed another offense while on bail. And then the court also looks at the nature and the seriousness of the offense and the strength of the evidence against the person. So when you are looking at those factors, this is not where the presumption of innocence and the liberty of subject take preeminence. This is where the protection of the public takes preeminence. And that is why the government has amended the Bail Act in that manner. First of all, to ensure that we now have a world-class system of accountability. If you are on bail, it is your duty to turn up. And let me just go through it so Cat Island could understand, appreciate exactly where I'm coming from. The section that Cat Island refers to says every person on bail at the coming into operation of the bail management system with reporting in requirements as a condition of his bail. So this is not everybody who's on bail. This is the people who have reporting requirements as a condition of their bail. Those persons are required to come in and register. And if you have reporting requirements, that means you have to come into the police or, every week or every month or whatever, or twice a week or whatever, depending on whether the court, how concerned the court is about these factors that I've touched on. So those are the persons who the law places an obligation on to come in and register with the system. Mr. Speaker, this is a system now that is going to take away. You know, I remember oh geez. Certainly it was my first year at the bar. That was 30-some years ago. I did a bail case. And the police had these old books there where they recorded everything in there. And I had a client who was granted bail by the Supreme Court. And, you know, lawyers are not responsible for what people do when they leave you. You guide them and you tell them what they're supposed to do. And this young man reported to the police for years. He was reporting to the police. He was supposed to go on trial. The Speaker, to this date, he's not gone on trial because the system was so old and so antiquated that the police used to just write it in a book. And when you next person come around, they write something else in the book. This is the kind of system that's going to bring about accountability. This is the kind of system where you're not going to slip through the cracks. You're going to be in the system, you're going to be in a computerized system, and you are going to be accountable to the people of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, if someone is on bail in this system and they fail to show up, the system is going to tell us. And the police are going to have to go out and do their duty and find them and bring him in, bring him before the courts. And that keeps all of us safe. That keeps you safe. Zuma, that keeps you safe. That keeps your opposition MP for half of Nassau, because we have an opposition MP for the other half of Nassau over to the right. My friend from South Andrews, that keeps you safe. Keeps all of us safe. So I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition is supporting this legislation. This is the type of legislation that we all have to be united on. We have to give a united front. We have to say to the Bahamian people that we support law and order, but we also support systems that make the law and order and the administration of justice work properly for all of us. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I hope that I've brought a little bit of clarity to what we are seeking to do. On behalf of the people of Carmichael, the wonderful people of Carmichael, I want to support this, both of these bills that have been debated, Mr. Speaker, and I so move.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Bail Act to increase the jurisdiction of the magistrate court to grant bail in certain cases, to provide for the making of rules for regulating the procedure for applying for bail, and for connected purposes. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Bail Act to increase the jurisdiction of the magisterial court to grant bail in certain cases, to provide for the making of rules for regulating the procedure for applying for bail and for connected purposes.
Honorable members, it has also been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Juries Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Juries Act.
For the second reading and committal of bills. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, there are no further second readings, and I do now move that the House resolve itself into committee of the whole with Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Is there a second? Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House now dissolve itself into a committee of the whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the whole House in the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House will now dissolve itself in the Committee of the whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the whole House in the chair.
Committee of the Whole. I recognize the member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we will deal with the Juries Amendment Bill first, and then we will move to the Bail Amendment Bill, where there will be one movement, one change that we would seek to that bill. Mr. Chair, I do now move that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the Juries Act be agreed.
Do I have a seconder? Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Long title is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title be agreed.
Been seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 2 through 5 be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed. Many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 5 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety. Chair recognizes Bamboo Town.
Mr. Chair, we will now move to the Bail Amendment Bill. Mr. Chair, I move that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the Bail Act to increase the jurisdiction of magisterial court to grant bail in certain cases, to provide for the making of rules for regulating the procedure for applying for bail and for connected purposes be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Many members in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. Many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clause 2 be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. Many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clause 3 be agreed.
There's a movement.
Been moved and seconded that clause 3 of the bill be agreed. As many members in favor, please. Chair recognizes Yamakwa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the following amendment to the Bail Amendment Bill 2019. 3 reads as follows. Clause 3 is amended by the deletion of the new subsection 4 and 5. 3A. The bill is amended by the insertion immediately after Clause 3 of the following new clause. 3A, insertion of new section into the Principal Act. The Principal Act is amended by the insertion immediately after Section 3 of the following new section. 3A. Persons charged with an offense must register with the Bahamas Bail Management System. Every person charged with a criminal offense after the coming into the operation of the bail management system shall be required to register with the bail management system, either at the Magistrates Court, the Criminal Registry of the Supreme Court, or at the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services, with such information as may be required by the rules regulating the procedure for applying for bail, inclusive of biometric fingerprint data for the purpose of verifying the identification in the bail management system. 3B. Persons presently on bail must register with the bail management system. Every person on bail at the coming into operation of the bail management system with reporting in requirements as a condition of his bail shall be required to register with the bail management system with such information as is required by the provisions of Section 3A of this Act. Thank you.
Being moved and seconded that Clause 3 of the bill be agreed as amended. Many members are in favor of being seated. Those opposed being will rise. Clause 3 of the bill is agreed as amended. Chair recognizes Don Boutin.
Mr. Chair, I do move that clauses 4 through 7 be agreed.
Do I have a seconder? Being moved and seconded that Clause 4 through 7 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 4 through 7 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the bill in its entirety as amended be agreed.
Being moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety as amended be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed with this amendment. Chair recognizes Don Boutin.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the Speaker takes the chair.
Being moved and seconded that the Speaker now do take the chair. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Speaker will now take the chair. Beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the bill, making amendments thereto.
Honorable members, Deputy Speaker and Chairman of Committee of the Whole House has reported that the Committee of the Whole House has gone through both bills, having made amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing. Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Juries Act.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the Juries Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Juries Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Juries Amendment Act 2020. For the third reading and passing of bills. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Bail Act to increase the jurisdiction of the magisterial court to grant bail in certain cases, to provide for the making of rules for regulating the procedure for applying for bail and for connected purposes.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the Bail Act to increase the jurisdiction of the magistrate court to grant bail in certain cases, to provide for the making of rules for regulating the procedure for applying for bail and for connected purposes. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Bail Act to increase the jurisdiction of a magisterial court to grant bail in certain cases, provide for the making of rules for regulating the procedure for applying for bail and for connected purposes.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Bail Amendment Act 2020. For the third reading and passing of bills.
There are no further third readings.
Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions. Member statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mango Key, South and Central Andros.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Exuma sits next to me, and I know he needs to leave also, my colleague. So I made a commitment to him, so I'll be very brief. I too would like to join you, members of this side, along with the independent member for Centerville, in the 291st anniversary of parliamentary democracy within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, along with the other parliaments in the Commonwealth who are observing such celebrations. Also, we want to welcome back our leader, Member Philip Brave Davis, member for Cat Island, Ram Kingston, Salvador. And also, Mr. Speaker, I must note the fact that when you mentioned the dinghy boat scenario, my mind reflected on the good member for Elizabeth, Member Malcolm Adley, my good friend, and he and I often talk. And I want you to note the fact that the former member for Garden Hills, but I've also had some of the same strong notions that you would have spoken to this morning, sir. Honorable Dr. Kendall Major, but he didn't quite speak about them so deliberately as you would have done this morning. I want you to note so that many persons would have felt the same way you did this morning. So this country this morning were really relieved by your direct expressions this morning about the autonomous efforts, the efforts to have some level of autonomy in the speakership of our country going forward in the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, in the midst of life, there's also death in our party. We recently had the passing of Mr. Vani Adderley out of Long Island. And Papa Key is a member for Cat Island, our leader spoke about just moments ago from Moores Island. Mr. Arnold Remming of Deep Creek in South Andros will be buried on the 11th of October at the St. Luke's Baptist Church in Deep Creek, South Andros, in my hometown district. And also the past Deaconess Muriel Ash of Smithville, my birth settlement in South Andros. And also I must note the passing of my cousin, dear cousin of mine, Mrs. Raina Forbes of Driggsville, South Andros, Benji Forbes and those mother in Driggsville, and who would have cooked for many years with the father of our nation, the late Sir Lyndon Pinling at the then called Las Palmas Hotel in Congo Town, South Andros. May all their souls today rest in peace and rise in glory. I'd like to also, Mr. Speaker, as I'm about to take my seat, also thank
the member for South Beach, who would have done much. And when members and ministers especially travel and invite you to join them, like he would have done, and the member for Carmichael. The member for Carmichael doesn't have a whole lot of option. I would have reported him to his father, who would have been there in Andros. So that's many, many years, but we go way back. But I would say to the member for the Minister of Education, member for South Beach, it's been very open and honest. And so we're going to try our best also to help with those sanitizers and the tablets and laptops. And I think all caring members of Parliament will do the same. We want our children to do well. But we would also want for the powers that be, especially those of the executive, members of the executive, to work to see what BTC can do on these family islands to improve telecommunications in these family islands in particular, because family island students are disadvantaged. And I don't care what no one says, difficult to be attending the schools and high school level in my community in particular. Central Andros High, Miss Bethel is there, Mangrove Key, Mrs. Thompson. I'm just so proud of my colleague and classmate, Carolyn Stewart, is now going to be principal at the South Andros High School, my alma mater. But we want to commend especially those at the high school who's going to be facing the more difficult task during this time as we are facing the ravages of COVID-19. Quickly before, as I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, I note the fact that the issue of proximity in this place, as I take my seat, is one that you and I would have spoken about. And I too, sir, would like us, you would mention, and hopefully the executive would listen, that when we reconvene, we have family members who are watching. And there's a lot of fear and uncertainty and also anxiety in the wider Payment populace as to why we are here. And when there are so much concern as to who is positive and who is not positive, then I think your admonition should be listened to. I think we should be able to go to a bigger venue, a larger facility, where we could have more space, where members could feel a little more comfortable, and their family members and constituents could have that concern allayed. So I am hoping today, Mr. Speaker, that members of the executive will listen to your advice, and that when this House hopefully reconvenes, be it next week or some other days in the future, that we can have a facility that makes our family members and our constituents, and by extension the wider Bahamian public, comforted, feel more comfortable, Mr. Speaker, that we are all sitting in an environment, that there's social distancing, we are using our mask, and being conscious of all the protocols for COVID-19 as we're asking our citizens and also our constituents in particular to be aware of. Once again, Mr. Speaker, thank you for your presentation this morning. It was enlightening. It goes beyond the trappings of what I call political divide. It's something that the country needed to hear. And I commend you. And one day, when I'm retired back in the communities of South Andros and another years from now, when I can look back at this in my 92nd birthday and remember the day when you would have presented this statement in the halls of Parliament to Paisilla and others and their great-grandchildren. May God continue to strengthen you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, let me just take this opportunity before we proceed with the remainder of member statement to indicate that this is indeed a very, very sad time in the constituency of Nassau Village. Having only recently experienced a reckless and random drive-by shooting that took the life of a 7-year-old Reese Thompson, and to be shocked only a few days after having a candlelight vigil in the community on Friday evening, to be shocked by the horrific news of 2 females being found murdered on Stock Avenue in Nassau Village. It is very, very regrettable that our young people seem to lack the ability to resolve conflict and lack anger management skills, where such conflicts can be resolved without taking up arms and taking the lives of other people, particularly a young child. And on this occasion on Sunday, the lives of 2 females. And I want to thank Candy Gibson of FOAM for her initiatives within the Nassau Village constituency. I want to thank Marissa Smith of Zonda for all of the work that she's been assisting me with over the years as it relates to gender matters, matters of gender and violence against women. I want to thank Dr. Sandra Dane Patterson. We are going to have to call on you all again as a result of this incident to continue our efforts to bring relief, particularly to women within the constituency. Pastor Delvon Duncombe, I want to thank him in particular for hosting the candlelight vigil at his church, Whosoever Will, in Nassau Village on Friday, and also for volunteering his church and assembling a number of other pastors to open their doors as early as tomorrow in the constituency, so that persons in the constituency who need prayers, who need counseling, who need anger management and conflict resolution, counseling, are able to go to the various churches. We are going to rotate around the churches, but we're going to start tomorrow at noon at Whosoever Will on East Alexandria Boulevard, Pastor Delvon Duncan. I had the opportunity to speak to Edward Wallace, the father of Edric Wallace, the young lady, the 10-year-old that was murdered with her mom, Alicia Sawyer. And I would like for all of us and all the constituents in the Nassau Village constituency to rally around the families, both families, and to bring them a period of comfort in their time of bereavement. Further member statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the good and resilient people of Golden Gates. A few things, Mr. Speaker. I too want to join members in congratulating you, sir, in this honorable house for 291 years. And also recognize the comment you made earlier about the way forward for this august body in years to come. Mr. Speaker, I also want to graciously thank you for your assistance to the Select Committee on Natural Resources in making available suitable accommodations for us. In the Senate, having regard to the need to distance to have our meetings. As we indicated, the room where we were meeting were not appropriate for the proper distancing. So we are very grateful for that, sir. Also, Mr. Speaker, I too join my colleagues in expressing heartfelt sympathy to the persons of your area, sir, who've passed away in what can only be described as senseless killing. And it's sad that's where we are in this country, but I hope and pray by God's grace things get better soon. Mr. Speaker, I also join the honorable member and the Minister for Youth, Sports and Culture. It was truly a momentous day when the Golden Girls won that relay, the 400-meter relay. That was truly a tremendous day. And I recall well all of my brothers and sisters, the entire family. We met at that early morning hour at 4:30 at my father's house, and we all, as a family, watched that. And so it's a special moment for all Bahamians. It really is. And I think it was very appropriate for the ministry and the minister to highlight it today for us and for the nation, because it really is. It's still a special moment today, and they are truly ambassadors for this country. They have been and still are. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for South Beach spoke about the need for devices for the upcoming school year beginning next Monday, October 5th. And I want to applaud him and his ministry and his team for the wonderful job they have done in sourcing devices, and all the persons and companies that contributed to that effort. And he did mention someone even contributed or made a donation in an anonymous way, and they asked not to be identified. So we say thank you to them, whoever that person might be. But we all have to do our part, as South Andrews just said, to assist in getting assisting our young people to get devices. And it's a wonderful thing that the ministry is really focusing on the students most of need in the first instance, and that is our children who are on the lunch program. I think that's very commendable, and I think that's a very good policy. So I want to commend you, South Beach, and your team for the wonderful job you're doing. And in that regard, finally, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to announce that we had a smashing success at our back to school event on Saturday past. And Mr. Speaker, in regard to COVID-19, what we did, as I announced last week, we did a free tablet raffle. We just raffled tablets. And that was the sole thing we did for the most part. And it went very well. It was COVID compliant. And we had chairs out and we had them separated. And all the children, their parents sat them in a chair and they stayed there. No one was running around. We didn't have no big activity. And it went very well. And we very, very, very smoothly. We did have some rain, some showers of blessing. So we had to hold up for 30 minutes or so but we did a raffle, and we also raffled, because we know this is a difficult time, we raffled 5 gift certificates at cost right for $75 each. Those were the values of them. And every child left with a party bag. And it was a good time. It was a successful time, and everyone really enjoyed it. And Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamakro.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Just one short announcement. Yamakro, the youth group that we have established, we organized a back-to-school survey, and we were happy to see that more than 300 persons responded. On today was supposed to be our giveaway between 1 and 4 p.m. And so we want to apologize for not being able to do it today. I want to say to persons that we have collected a significant amount of funds. As I said earlier, we are partnering with Alive. So we're paying up. I'm advising all the MPs. You can go to Alive, establish an account, and persons could make donations to account. One young businessman in Yamakro gave us $3,000. We're trying to see if we could at least do 100 to 200 devices and then work with the Ministry of Education to see how we can get the rest. But we also partner with them so that we don't give one, persons don't receive twice, because he said there are persons on the food program who are already designated for a device. So just to say to them to stay tuned for the notice, our essay competition, we've received submissions. Someone donated 10 laptops, and we're going to use those laptops to give to the persons who entered and who won. And so we're getting ready to start our reading cafe with children reading to children, and adults reading to children. And I would advise it's a very good program. Other members of Parliament may want to do it. Get with a teacher who can build a site. And you'd be surprised to see how many persons would come in to read and how many parents would allow their children to sit for that hour to hear proper reading. So we're doing very well. I want to commend the owner, Mr. Thompson, of the Stokes Cabana for working with us to assist with the situation on Yamakro Hill Road. May God continue to bless him and his family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Tall Pines.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just briefly wish to also congratulate the Bahamas on 291 years of democracy, and add my sentiments to your comments this morning. Speaker, I want to also take this opportunity to thank my team members who joined me in Ophelia Gardens last Sunday, where we had a grill and we gave out food and food items, hot food, to members of that community. We're continuing our outreach in terms of helping our people in Tall Pines, given the COVID challenges that they're facing, and we intend to continue to hit several other communities the very near future. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I wish to advise my constituents that we will be distributing after school items this weekend. We're not going to carry it out in the same manner that we used to over the years by having a social at the constituency community center, but instead we're going to be distributing them in the various polling divisions throughout the Tall Pines constituency. And so if we miss you, please feel free to contact us. And we're going to try to assist as many persons as we can. And so we look forward to that event this weekend, Friday and Saturday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I just rise briefly just to give my condolences to a lady who was a tower and a pillar in the Bamboo Town constituency of Bamboo Town Boulevard, Miss Dorothy Murthis Seymour. Ms. Seymour is well known in the community. She was a person to whom a lot of the individuals in the area would go to for assistance. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, she was the mother of one of my generals in Bamboo Town. And so on behalf of the constituency, myself and my wife, I do offer my sincere condolences to her. Mr. Speaker, in the same vein, in life there is death. And as was spoken to earlier, the member for South and Central Andros was spoken to the passing of my aunt, my family. At this stage, Mr. Speaker, over the weekend and even at this point in time, we have heavy hearts, Mr. Speaker, because my mother's sister, Esrina Forbes, has passed on. I believe anyone we are that close, South and Central. Esrina Forbes is well known in the South Andros constituency. As a matter of fact, her husband, the man that she was married to, Benji Forbes, cast a very large political footprint in South Andros. And the former Prime Minister, Sir Lyndon, leaned heavily on him. I grew up in and around the household. And Mr. Speaker, some folk are born into particular families, Mr. Speaker, and we do not decide on who our parents are and our extended family. I can say, Mr. Speaker, I can thank God for the family I was born into in South Andros, because there was no better place, no more of a loving place. And when I think of Auntie Esri, and I think of the wonderful pots she cooked, indeed, she had one of the best restaurants in South Andros. I can still remember, even as a member of Parliament, going back home and I'd call ahead. And she knew exactly what I wanted to eat because it was my favorite dish, that red cowpeas and coconut milk and rice. And so, Mr. Speaker, she's going to be sorely missed. And so, Mr. Speaker, I offer my condolences to my cousins, Loxley, Benji Jr., Lyndon, Delrick, Elaine, Karen, and Beverly. May my aunt's soul rest in peace. And Mr. Speaker, I know it will rise in glory.
Thank you, honorable member. There being no further member statements, the chair recognizes the honorable member from Mangrove P.
Mr. Speaker, when you do these member statements, you got to be careful. You might forget somebody, and I did just that, especially from Mangrove Key. And the member for Bamboo Town, my close friend, really moved me when he talked to me about someone from our hometown community, the late Esrina Forbes and Benji and the family and everyone else. But I must note that also from Mangrove Key, the noted pulpiteer in the person of the Reverend Moses A. Penniman, Victoria Pointer, his wife, passing, and the member for Central Grand Bahama, reminded me his close family, Sister Marilyn, who passed the other day, So on behalf of Harry Saunders and Garnet Bullitt, the Reverend King, Nara Whitney Bastion, and Reverend George Clark, and others from the Christian community, we say to Reverend Dr. Moses Penniman, our thoughts and our prayers are with you, the church community, and the community of Mangrove Key and Joss. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Appointment of select committees. Instructions to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros.
Speaker, quickly, all notices standing in the name of the opposition remains. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, all notices in the name of the government is renewed. Mr. Speaker, I do move and signal that the House will adjourn until 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 7th of October, 2020.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House adjourns to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 7th of October. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Following the final adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House adjourns until Wednesday, 10 a.m., the 7th of October.
Seconded. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House adjourns to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 7th of October. As many as in favor will remain seated. Those who are opposed would stand. The House stands adjourned to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 7th of October.
All right.